support in this regard, and I wish us all a successful meeting and many subscriptions. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Diana. I'd now like to give the floor to the Director General's proposal on ESA accelerating the use of space in Europe, and therefore I invite Director General Josef Aschbacher to present his proposal. Josef, the floor is yours.
Dear Chair of this conference, Minister Robert Habeck, dear host of this meeting, Bruno Le Maire, dear ministers, dear delegates, heads of agencies, dear Commissioner, dear ladies and gentlemen here in the room and following us remotely. Before I start, I would like to introduce to you three very special guests.
Hallo, bonjour, hello.
Ciao, mi chiamo Stella e sono nata a Roma, dove ho vissuto per tanti anni.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Elvira et je suis née à Paris.
Mein Name ist Franz und ich bin 11 Jahre alt.
Hey, mit Namen Elvira.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Stella et j'habite à Paris.
Hallo, ich heiße Elvira und ich bin 9 Jahre alt.
Je m'appelle Franz et j'ai 11 ans.
Hallo, mein Name ist Stella und ich bin 10 Jahre alt.
Hola, me llamo Elvira y tengo 9 años.
Good morning. Today I want to speak about climate change and sustainability. I know here at the ESA Ministerial lots of important people from all over Europe make important decisions about the future, including mine. Please make a decision that is close to my heart. Please protect our beautiful planet. I want to grow up in a place where all children have food and water available everywhere, where I can bike with my friends, in forests with clean air, find cities with green parks, oceans with fish, and mountains with snow. Please build the best satellites that get launched into space to watch over a fragile environment and to help preserve the most important thing for all of us, our planet Earth. There is no planet B. I love planet A.
Good morning, everyone. Today I wanted to talk about inspiration. So yesterday I watched the full moon. It was so beautiful I could almost touch the moon's surface. I was told that there were small rovers up there now, but no one has been driving them in many, many years. I wish I could say a European astronaut walk on the moon. Maybe I will walk there someday myself. But something I am very curious about is our universe. Do you know whether there's any life out there, or what the origin is from our universe? My dream is we can someday answer these questions. Can you make my dream close to my heart?
I want to create things which do not exist today and have a big company with many people and a big office that views the rocket as it is being built. There is nothing more exciting than the universe. Even as a baby, I was fascinated by the night sky. And when we did a project in school last year about space, and a person from ESA came to us to do a presentation about the work from the European Space Agency, I knew that this was exactly what I wanted to do when I grow up. I know you're all in Paris to decide on many projects, so please help me to create a successful and big company with my friends. We want to build the rocket that brings the first European astronauts to Mars.
So thank you, Stella, Elvira, and Franz, for being with us today. You have highlighted 3 points. One is climate change, the other one is inspiration, and future jobs in space for Europe. You reminded me of 1973, when we had a huge energy crisis, when we had large inflation, when we had cars queuing up in front of gas stations, when we had strikes. And we have been in a very desperate situation back then. But also today, we are in a very difficult situation. We have a geopolitical tension, which is the largest ever since World War II. We have a very high inflation. we have an energy crisis, and on top, we have climate change as a very large challenge. But there are ways out. Investing in space will help to overcome these crises. And this, Stella, Elvira, and Franz, is where our ministers here in the room can make a change. Dear ministers, this is an exciting day. You are here to make major decisions which are building on decisions you made 3 years ago, when we have reassured and reaffirmed Europe's ambition in space, having achieved in 2019, until then, the largest subscriptions for space programs. And you have shown us the way, you have shown leadership. Today, we need to take this a step further. And we have to address the 3 following questions. How can space help us tackle climate change in order to achieve sustainability on Earth and in space? How can space provide inspiration to make the young generation dream? And how can space help Europe to maintain leadership in strategic areas of economic growth? Whatever you decide, we need to do it fast. Ever since I took office last year, acceleration was a priority, was my keyword. Because others don't stand still, and others don't wait for Europe to be ready. So let's accelerate space together. For a year and a half, your teams, ministers, and my teams in ESA, we have negotiated a very attractive package of ministerial proposals. We have a balanced approach. We have negotiated deep into the night to make sure that we meet all the expectations of all the countries and the various stakeholders. And this package is aiming for Europe whose space agenda is mirroring the economic and political strength. I'm proposing this through various building blocks. Climate and sustainability are the top priority for Europe. The science journal Nature has found that if humans fail to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to the level requested by the Paris Agreement in 2015, the economic cost will be between 150 trillion US dollars up to the level of 792 trillion US dollars by 2100. If better space capabilities, by even a few percentage, can be achieved, the benefits would be huge, would be tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars or euros in terms of benefits taken, which is very small compared to the investment costs. And space has a lot to offer to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The sectors of energy, transport, and land use account for 60% of global emissions. In these sectors, satellite technologies are already reducing emissions by 1.5 gigatons per year, which is the equivalent of the whole emissions of the United Kingdom 4 times, or the equivalent of 50 million cars during their whole lifetime. If satellite technologies were adopted universally, this benefit, this gain, could be quadrupled to 5.5 gigatons per year using current technologies. In this ministerial package, we are pursuing sustainability through various programs. We have developed, as you know, the world's gold standard in Earth observation through programs like Future Rio or Copernicus, And your decisions today should ensure that we stay in the lead. Another project, AELOS, uses ultraviolet technology in vacuum, something never done before, to measure wind profiles in cloud-free atmospheres for better weather forecast and climate forecasting. AELOS 2 reminds me also of the excellent cooperation we have built up with EUMETSAT over many decades. Thank you for that. Or our digital twin Earth project will help to convert observations and data coupled with high-performance computing, Earth system models, socioeconomic models, into decisions that politicians need to decarbonize the economy by 2050, again, addressing the priority of climate change. But Earth observation goes hand in hand with geopositioning and telecommunication, all connected and integrated in a more sustainable future on Earth and in space. ARTES 4.0 develops quantum communication, where Europe has world leadership. ARTES 4.0 also helps European SATCOM industry to be more competitive on the world market. Secure connectivity, developed with the European Union and industry, will make sure that Europe is well connected securely and safely. So will civil security from space, which is also on the agenda. With a relentless war in front of our door, I don't need to remind you that space and security, how important they are. But in addition, Future NAV with LEO PNT and Genesis will allow Europeans to stay on the cutting edge of navigation technology. Europe can also be a primary actor in other domains of sustainability. For example, we aim for a zero debris policy by 2030. The danger of debris has recently been highlighted through an incident which caused parts of the airspace in Spain to be closed. 300 flights were delayed because some fragments of a Long March 5B rocket were entering onto the surface of the Earth. This has an economic impact and economic consequences. We are taking other concrete steps as well. ClearSpace 1 will demonstrate how Europe, when it brings something into orbit, will take it out from orbit by removing objects from space. And we also work hand in hand with the European Commission on space traffic management. As for space science and human exploration, we are a first-class partner of NASA, who relies on ESA to send astronauts back to the moon. You all have witnessed the launch of Artemis 1 last Wednesday, and it makes me proud as a European, and I'm proud for all Europeans that Europe is playing such a crucial role in this important project, Artemis 1. Just yesterday night, I spoke to my people in the US who follow Artemis, the Orion module, now to the moon, how ESM is performing, and I was reassured that the ESM is performing flawlessly. So NASA is relying on ESA through your contributions to be the trusted partner on this critical mission. With a positive decision on EL3, the continued funding of the ISS operations, the next batch of the European service modules, you will make France and Elvira, their dream come true. We will see European astronauts, we see them here in the back, we will see European astronauts on the moon, habitats being built, and robotic exploration paving the way for future endeavors. But also take the example of Moonlight, which enables private space companies to establish connections, communication, and navigation systems on and around the moon. With Moonlight, we are innovating technology on Earth, and we are preparing the ground for business on the moon. From the moon to Mars. With a positive decision on ExoMars today, you will help answer some of the most intriguing questions, whether there is or there was life on Mars. We will go there with the Rosalind Franklin rover, drill into the Martian surface, and try to answer this question. This is just mesmerizing. Going beyond Mars, LISA and Athena are the next large space science projects. Take LISA, the Laser Interferometer Space Antenna, which will be dedicated to studying gravitational waves. Ripples in the fabric of space-time emitted during the most powerful events in the universe, such as pairs of black holes merging and coming together. LISA will be the first mission to probe the entire history of the universe using these gravitational waves. And another step further, NASA's James Webb Space Telescope, which we have launched with Ariane 5 on Christmas Day last year, brings incredible insights into the origins of the universe. Ariane 5 rocket has proven and has inserted the James Webb Space Telescope so accurately into the orbit that it extends the lifetime by a factor of 2, from 10 to 20 years. But Europe also participates or contributes 1.5 out of 4 scientific instruments and covers about 30% of the science projects. Again, this is inspiring, and this is creating opportunities for scientists and engineers to work on these missions. What you see here are the pillars of the creation in the Eagle Nebula, which have been published recently, which are quite impressive. This brings me to another fascinating topic, solar power from space. Just imagine you could collect solar power in the order of gigawatts and beam it down to the Earth's surface. If that works, and I say if that works, that would be a game changer for Europe, for Europe's energy situation, but also for humanity. That's why I'm proposing a feasibility project called Solaris to test technology, test the concepts and economic viability, and see what decisions we need to make in the future to advance on this concept. But let me also emphasize the importance of launchers. ESA will secure Europe's independent and autonomous access to space. Today's signature was a milestone to make sure that we are on the right path. We are doing this through our very successful launcher program, focusing on Ariane 6 and Vega C as our workhorse for launching our missions of Europe and of other customers. But we're also looking beyond. Beyond in terms of new evolutions that need to come to focus on future fully flexible launch ecosystems with micro launchers, medium size and larger launchers, and where sustainability, cost efficiency and reusability are very important keywords. This is crucial for Europe. Whatever science and technology we are aiming for, they can only flourish in a healthy economic context. We need to accelerate space commercialization, encourage entrepreneurship, support innovation, and enable spin-off. New space has completely changed our way of working. We need to take more risk, be faster, and ensure opportunities for businesses. This is what Scale-Up is doing, but also Boost, Incubed, Navisp, Adrios, or other programs focusing on the commercialization. Creating new programs will also open new perspectives for the workforce. Europe has some of the best engineers, best scientists and data analysts in the world. And we intend to inspire these talents to stay in Europe. We want to make projects made in Europe the gold standard in many domains. We need to attract also fresh talents from outside. We cannot miss out on these growth markets. Today, the space economy is said to be about $340 billion or euros. This market will grow to about 1 trillion by the end of the next decade. There are opportunities for Europe, and many of them. Space programs, on average, generate a return of about a factor of 5. So in other words, ministers, the package we have today on the table, which is worth about 18.5 billion, can create economic benefits in the order of 100 billion euros. Your money will be well invested. Global competition is fierce, but we are prepared. We have the technical know-how, we have the scientific excellence and brilliant people. To win the race, we need to act together. This refers to ESA and its member states, but it also refers to the European Union as ESA's key partner. We have developed a relationship full of trust and success, as shown in projects and programs like Copernicus, Galileo, and now secure connectivity to come. But also, we need to invest in autonomy of Europe in technology. EEE components are a very essential part in doing that. And I'm very pleased to say that we are working and coordinating very well with the European Commission on this activity. And I'm delighted that my dear friend Thierry Breton is with us today to show the strong support of the European Commission and working together with the European Space Agency on many projects, making sure that space is moving forward together. Congratulations also on the successful finalization of the regulation on secure connectivity last week. Ladies and gentlemen, we must take bold decisions today. As I said before, we must invest into the future because we are in a crisis. Since last week, we are 8 billion people on this planet. Space not only serves the needs of everyday life, it also protects our citizens and creates a future for our children. For Stella, let's make sure that we remain on a top player for climate monitoring and environmental monitoring, for a greener and healthier planet. For Elvira, let's turn her dreams into reality. Let's make science, the International Space Station, Moon and Mars exploration, our main source of inspiration. For Franz, let's build a place where European entrepreneurs can thrive and offer fascinating work. Ladies and gentlemen, almost exactly 8 years ago, we have landed Rosetta with Philae on a comet 400 million kilometers away. This was thought to be impossible. No one else has done this before, but we had faith in our project, we had faith in ourselves, and the underlying decisions to land 20 years later on the comet were made 20 years earlier by wise and courageous politicians. Today, dear ministers, dear heads of delegations, I'm asking you to have this faith and courage again. Let's seize the opportunity to make this ministerial meeting in Paris a large success, a historic event for you as decision makers and for space in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Director General. We now come to the topic number 7, statements by the member states, but give me some observation from my side. We started with delay and now ahead of the time schedule. So this can be a motto for everything we're doing and maybe a good image of what Europe can achieve if we stick together. As everything is well arranged, there's a speaking order, so you don't have to raise your hands. We are following the table round, starting with France, going to the European Commission, and then in the order of the arranged, the speaking order. This is following the idea that first the member states will get the floor, then the associates, then the cooperating states. Everyone has the chance to say something, but if you're not feeling the need to say something, you can hand the word over to the next member state, and your statement should not exceed 3 minutes speaking time. We will have a coffee break at 11, so let's see how far we get in the table round, and then we continue after the coffee break. So we start, and I would like to give the floor to Bruno Le Maire from France.
Thank you, Robert. I will stick to your recommendations, no more than 3 minutes. Quatre enjeux majeurs.
There are 4 major issues that we see for space in the period that begins now, and which has seen China's rising power and the confirmation of America's competitive ability. So the first issue is sovereignty. I've touched upon that already, and particularly Europe's sovereign and autonomous access to space. We have to have our own launchers. We have to be autonomous. And as such, financing Ariane 6, Vega C, and new launcher technology and the overhaul of the Guyana space site are essential. Secondly, we have to be more competitive. The days when interest rates were negative and public monies flowed at will are over. Money is scarce, public money even more so. So we have to make sure that money we spend is spent effectively. And that geo-return doesn't hinder that attempt to be efficient. Thank you to Joseph Aschbacher for opening that discussion. Often geo-return is a good principle, but is so restrictively applied that it stops us from achieving the best product at the best price. Reinforcing competitiveness then is the second strategic pillar that we see. Thirdly, the climate. Climate has to be a key part of European space strategy. If we want citizens to support praise projects, they have to understand why we're doing it. All too often, space is inspired, but it's so far away. People don't see what a point it has for them. So we need to make it clear to everyone that access to space, climate observation, CO2 emissions observation makes it possible for us to more effectively to fight against climate change. If we can do that, we'll have support from our populations. We're a big democratic continent, perhaps the last in the world, and so we have to meet the expectations of our people, and that means that climate has to be at the core of what we do with Earth observation or Copernicus and other scientific programs. Next, universe science and exploration are essential if we want to maintain Europe's place in the world of space, and we should continue our work in that direction. Let's not rule out possibilities for exploring the universe. And the flights that represent, the heavy launch that the Americans have sent to the moon with its European contributions show how important that is. So there you have it. There are my 3 minutes. That's all I have to say at this stage. Thank you, Chairman.
Very much, perfect as always. Then I give the floor to Thierry. Mr. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. Dear Robert. Good morning, everybody. Looking the way that Robert looked at me, I understood him to have given me slightly over 3 minutes. Is that right?
Of course.
No,
very welcome.
C'est juste pour être.
Just to ensure I can stick to the rules.
Dear Joseph, ladies and gentlemen, so first I would like to tell you that I'm extremely happy to be here today for this ministerial conference of ESA, and thank you very much, Joseph and Robert allowing me to speak now. As you know, I must leave very quickly to go back to Strasbourg, where we have our college meeting, which is our ministerial council, to discuss very important topics, energy price cap. So the ESA ministerial is, of course, extremely important, and I should say comes at a geopolitical moment, which call on Europe to up its games in space. And this is what we are doing at the EU level, and I am sure you will be deciding on a clear ambition at ESA level. Let me clearly welcome first the ambition put forward by ESA DG, Joseph, in particular in programs through Terra Novae, which are the core of ESA expertise, namely exploration and science. But I would like to, in this brief intervention, to highlight the different priorities that at EU level we are pursuing and which have an impact on our fruitful cooperation. First, I will have 4 points. I'd like to welcome our third EU flagship after Galileo and Copernicus, IRIS, the EU's Secure Connectivity Programme. And following the agreement we found just last week, I'm extremely glad to announce that 9 months after the Commission proposal, we are now entering into the implementation phase with an EU budget of 2.4 billion euros, with a view to build an EU sovereign, fully secured and protected connectivity constellation able to serve governments. This is a very serious matter. This is also a major breakthrough, one that can position the EU at the forefront of the geopolitics of space. Recent events confirm beyond any doubt that space-based, fully secured connectivity is a must-have geostrategic capability that the EU must develop. And we will do so, of course, in full respect of the strict conditions set by our co-legislators. ESA will have, of course, an instrumental role, and I therefore hope you will be able to agree on the new ESA optional program and complement, therefore, the public contribution in support of IRIS. Through a dynamic calendar of deployment, we are aiming at developing initial services in 2024 and full services in 2027. It is ambitious, I know, but I'm sure we will be able to do it. We will need to mobilize in this objective all Union's capacities, but again, I am sure that we will be able to do this. Second, we must continue investing in the evolution of our existing space infrastructures, Copernicus and Galileo, to make them even more performant and resilient, through the rapid deployment of their prospective second generation to adapt to global challenges. This is a must to keep Galileo ahead of the technological curve, and of course, I count on ESA and industry to do their utmost to maintain the Galileo second generation on track and within budget. In parallel, we are working full speed to deliver Galileo Paris initial services by early 2024, and this is about, again, here, Europe's sovereignty, allowing, of course, the Union to be a very credible actor and also partner. The ESA optional LEO PNT program discussed today should be complementary to the EU Galileo, but also to IRIS. For this, we need to put in place a close and effective coordination. But let me be clear, as we have been very clear on Galileo and IRIS, we cannot afford creating new dependencies for our future flagships. The same holds for critical technologies related to security, which are funded under the ESA technology program and can be used in EU space flagship. And the Commission is, of course, very attentive on this, as it is about preserving our sovereignty and security interest. On the modernization of Copernicus, we must, of course, act fast. As I said in Toulouse earlier this year, the system will have to be based on a hybrid architecture, providing an enhanced continuation of current observation via large Sentinel as a backbone, of course, while also integrating additional observation capacities with a new space solution and secure services for government users. And funding from ESA and EU member states in this modernization process is absolutely crucial. And today, a first step will be made by ESA member states. This will allow Copernicus to be fit for purpose in the new geopolitical context. We commend the ESA executive for the work with us on this development, Joseph, on Galileo and Copernicus. Third priority of cooperation is clearly about boosting space entrepreneurship. We want to make Europe the global hub for new space entrepreneurship, bringing disruptive technologies, new industrial processes, and competitiveness so that space startups will be able to flourish here and do not have to seek funding or a future for their business elsewhere. To this end, the European Commission has launched the Cassini initiative, covering the whole entrepreneurial cycle, deploying more than 1 billion to support our space startups and accelerate their scaling up. Our goal is also to leverage our flagship in support of new space in acting as anchor customer, for example, in Copernicus, IRIS, or Access to Space. One example is a flight ticket initiative to support new launch system in Europe. As of 2023, we will procure launch services in an open, dynamic, and transparent way, starting in in-orbit demonstration and validation. This will directly stimulate all our innovation, space innovation in Europe. And I believe this is a field of clear mutual benefit and where a stronger cooperation must be built between EU and ESA to allow our European startups to thrive. And the fourth priority is, of course, the launchers. There is no European space policies without autonomous access to space. Needless to say that the current situation is growing. The shortage of autonomous launch capacity in the EU has a direct impact on the deployment of EU space programs like Galileo. Even if today, services, continuity of Galileo and Copernicus constellation are not at risk, the situation is not sustainable for long. And there is an urgent need to remedy this situation through a truly European approach to have a fully autonomous, reliable, and cost-effective EU launch solutions, including, of course, backups covering all ranges of launchers, heavy, medium, and micro launchers, and relying on a fully resilient EU supply chains. We trust, of course, that ESA member states will propose a way forward around the sustained financing of Ariane 6 and Vega C, the decrease of dependencies and preparation of the future, notably in terms of reusability, high-trust engines, and mini-launchers. The Commission not only has the biggest institutional customers, but also as being in charge of EU space industrial policy, is definitely ready to support all these efforts, and it will. As a conclusion, dear Minister, I would like to commend our joint work to structure a powerful cooperation between EU and ESA. Through the EU space program and the framework partnership agreement that we signed last year, so-called FFPA, Joseph, we have now a very clear governance structure with well-established roles and also responsibilities, which allows a smooth implementation of the EU initiatives. Additionally, in light of the increased security dimension of space as a so-called contested area, more than ever, any space actor willing to participate to the EU space policy making, be they institutional or private, will have to adapt, especially in terms of governance, reduction of dependencies, and security, EU security, with our own strict rules. Let me also underline once again that the European Commission strongly supports the ambition package of program proposal put forward by Joseph this morning, which complement very well the current and future EU flagship. The European Commission definitely, ladies and gentlemen, looks to ESA as its trusted, reliable partner in space in achieving all these common objectives. Thank you very much and have a good meeting and enjoyable night today. Thank you.
Thank you, Thierry, for your remarks. Yeah, please give him a hand. And good considerations at the colleague, and maybe you take some of the spirit of this meeting with you to Strasbourg. And I think the spirit of this meeting is we may have our differences and our own histories and also our own interests as Europe, but we have to become faster, stronger, and more determined. And this means also that the procedures we have given ourselves in Europe 50 years ago have to adapt to the new situation. We can't do everything right with an material view and doing the wrong thing, because the real competition is between China, the US, and Europe. So good consultations at the colleague, and thank you for joining us this morning. So, dear colleagues, we go to the speaking order once again, and the floor is going to Switzerland. Where are you? There.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the location for today's meeting could not have been better chosen. In front of us, we have the Eiffel Tower, a symbol of engineering ingenuity. Behind us, the military school, a reminder of the dual nature of space. And finally, just one block further, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, reminding us of the inspiration space brings to our youth and society as a whole. Actually, UNESCO has a newsletter called Courrier, in which the famous French artist Henri Matisse wrote in 1953 about the process of creation. He notes that the effort needed to see things without distortion takes something very like courage, and this courage is essential to the artist, who has to look at everything as though he saw it for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, our council was preceded by an intensive preparation phase. And I would like to thank the ESA executive as well as fellow member states for the constructive dialogue. We have achieved convergence on many issues, but the environment in which ESA operates is changing, and new questions are arising. We should therefore be encouraged by Henri Matisse's words to have the courage to look at these open questions with fresh eyes. Switzerland, for its part, is ready to contribute as a long-standing and reliable partner to the European space architecture and space programs. Minister Robert Habeck and Minister Bruno Le Maire mentioned the importance of Europe's strategic autonomy. Switzerland is willing and able to contribute to Europe's strategic autonomy by fostering innovation in relevant fields. Here I'm thinking, for example, of the future of autonomous European access to space, active debris removal, novel and secure communication platforms, satellite navigation, as well as Earth observation. Switzerland is committed to strengthen ESA's leadership role in science and technology and to contribute to solving major societal challenges, such as climate change. Our joint initiative with ESA to set up an European Space Deep Tech Innovation Center is a concrete example which goes beyond our programmatic commitments. Finally, going back to the words of Henri Matisse and his article entitled "Looking at a Life with the Eyes of a Child," we must not forget the inspirational nature of space, be it through ESA's exploration activities, astronaut corps, or its scientific missions. Our decisions during CM22 must continue to inspire the next generation of European researchers and explorers, Stella, Elvira, and Franz, for the good of our society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And good morning, dear Josef Aschbacher, dear Commissioner, dear Member States, colleagues. I'm very happy to take over now the chair for a moment and to follow on with our very successful start of the meeting this morning in a very common spirit of our ambitions. And I'm happy to follow on now with the next member state, which is Belgium.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks the French government and CNES for the organization of this ministerial meeting, and to the GG of ESA and his team for the very good preparation of this meeting. I would like also to congratulate you, Germany, on taking this presidency. I'll go on in French out of courtesy for our guest. La Belgique.
Belgium has always been convinced of the importance of the space sector and the advisability of European cooperation in this area. We're a founding member of ESA, and we have shown exemplary continuity as regards our space investments that serve to guarantee the excellence of our scientific and industrial players. Similar to the Football World Cup starting this week, Belgium, well, people often say this is the largest of the small countries, but I'd prefer to say that it's the smallest of the large countries in space. Since the last ministerial in 2019, the whole world has changed. We didn't imagine there'd be an increase in geopolitical tensions, spreading of the cyber threat, and the extreme climate developments. In the face of these challenges, the space ecosystem has to evolve very quickly. If Europe is to remain a partner, a real partner, it has to step up its action, as has already been set out by Mr. Aschbacher. We have to reposition ourselves vis-à-vis the United States, China, and other players, and we have to introduce new rules of the game. Nor should we lose sight of the source of inspiration from space. The astronauts are with us to recall this to us, how important it is to maintain major international collaboration. The images from the James Webb telescope over the last few months, or the recent launch of Artemis, feed into the enthusiasm of our citizens, particularly the youngest among them, like Elvira, Franz, and Stella. And I think that in a broader context, in a period of doubt that we're going through, where we're seeing an increase of extremes throughout Europe, an obscurantist approach, space is an ideal way to highlight the fascination people have for science and the superior nature of scientific methods. I come from a small country. We speak 4 languages there, and we tend to say, and it's official actually, strength through union. And this applies to the space ambition that we are sharing in Europe. We have to boost cooperation among all players, and that is why Belgium supports the programmatic proposals from ESA, notwithstanding the difficult climate that we're in, particularly the agreement on launches and the ambitions of the exploration programs, particularly for ISL. So, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let me say that more than ever before, having heard you now, I'm convinced that working together we will make this ministerial a great success for ESA, for Europe, and for our space ambitions. Thank you.
was good on time.
Thank you so much, Tomar Damin. And we go on with Spain, Mrs. Teresa Risco.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Director General, ladies and gentlemen. For me, it's an honor to represent Spain in this Ministerial Council. I would like to apologize the absence of our minister, who is coming in the afternoon, because now she is having a formal appearance at the Parliament to discuss particularly about the budget of next year, which is a very important issue for us today as well. So she will join us for this afternoon and also for tomorrow's session. I would like also to have a special thank to the executive of ESA and the French authorities for the organization of this meeting and for welcoming us here in Paris in this Grand Palais Éphémère, which represents a good part of the principles that guide our action in space in Europe, which is the speed in the construction, the respect for the environment, the modularity, and the ambition for reusability, not to mention the magnificent place where we are. I would like also to join the voice of welcoming Germany as a chair of this new presidency of ESA for this period, and to stress our willingness to have a fruitful cooperation, particularly during our presidency, our period of presidency of the EU, of the European Union, which will coincide in the second semester of 2023. In this regard, I would like to invite you all to the Space Summit that we plan to organize and to host in November 2023 in Sevilla next year. Quoting the Director General, space has ceased to be a destination to become a domain, an ecosystem, and a strategic enabler. This evolution makes it much stronger and more indispensable at all the time, much more permeable at the geostrategic and economic circumstances. For this reason, our decision will take into account more than ever external conditions, such as the strong inflation, the shortage of materials and components, the impact of the invasion of Ukraine, or in a more positive vein, the global agreements associated with the green and inclusive economic activities and the climate change as a major challenge. We must be ambitious, as the programme proposal prepared by the Director General, but at the same time, we must be careful not to jeopardize the future. The European Space Agency must continue to be a strong and reliable partner for the European Union, for EUMETSAT and for other large space agencies, and of course for the Member States. Spain, in particular, intends to continue to rely on ESA as the main vehicle to develop our space industry and the technical management of our space initiative. On the financial side, I would like to highlight the clear message that the Spanish government regarding the strategic nature of space and our support of ESA. If at the last Space 19 held in Sevilla, Spain increased its annual budget by 25%, on this occasion, I'm delighted to report that we have once again increased our annual budget in an additional 20%, thus reaching 300 million euros per year. This means that in 2 ministerials, we have increased our contribution by 50%. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, and dear colleagues. To conclude my speech, I would like to wish you that this Ministerial Council will take place in the traditional atmosphere of cooperation and it at least be as successful as the previous one. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. And of course, we are looking forward to the collaboration also during the Spanish presidency of the European Union Council. And now I'm happy to go on with Italy and Minister Adolfo Urso. Please, Minister, the word is yours.
Grazie. Porgo innanzitutto un saluto caloroso a tutti.
First of all, I'd like to wish a warm welcome to everybody participating in today's conference, in particular Robert Habeck and Bruno Le Maire, ministers both, as well as the ESA Director General. I'd like to thank them for the outstanding organisation of today's and tomorrow's session, which will allow us to look to the future with the eyes of a child, as you've said. I believe that the work, the output of today's and tomorrow's sessions will have an impact on space, which is having a greater and greater influence and importance for European businesses, but also for our citizens. In Italy, the space sector is a very important one. It's also one growing strongly, rapidly. We have invested significant resources in space across the board over the last few years. In that sense, Italy will continue to invest, continue to commit in line with the work streams proposed by the executive, because autonomous access to space is increasingly necessary. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has highlighted not only our dependency on third parties, but also the fragility of our infrastructures, including space infrastructure, with significant impact on European programs. On the 13th of July, the new European launcher Vega C carried out its maiden flight. Now, the success of that launch in the period of geopolitical crisis was a decisive step forward for ESA and its member states, and consequently for Europe. We therefore need to continue striving for autonomous access to space and ensure that forthcoming EU and ESA satellites can launch successfully. So, for example, Copernicus next year, with the planned launch of Ariane 6, Europe will have entirely renewed its two institutional launches. It will have bolstered its own capabilities and consolidated its role. In that context, I'd like to stress the importance of giving stakeholders throughout the sector the necessary tools in order to be able to fairly and effectively compete on a developing market and an increasingly competitive market. Human exploration, robotics, applications and services are areas where Europe needs to play a key role. International cooperation is fundamental in that field, and the historic cooperation we have with NASA, which has recently been bolstered by the upcoming investments in both missions to the Moon and Mars, have nonetheless been affected majorly by the Ukraine crisis. We are therefore required to reshift some of those the goals of the ExoMars mission without nonetheless abandoning the mission at all, of course, because that will take Europe to Mars. So strengthening the role of the EU is also vital in order that our ambitions can become a reality. Italy is a founding member of Europe, and we know that dialogue with Brussels has to be as constructive as possible, whilst respecting the mandate and role of each organisation. Italy is prepared to support the ESA programmes, which need to increasingly supplement European Union programmes and national programmes within ESA member states. I'll conclude by wishing or hoping that this Ministerial Council will enable stronger framework conditions for further development, for stronger and more fair competition within the European space sector, with the emergence of new stakeholders, and that it will bring greater autonomy, strategic autonomy, to Europe when it comes to space. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been 10 years that I've been absent from the international scene. I am now back on it with an expanded role in the new Italian government, expanded role compared to my previous portfolio, that is, in the first decade of this new century. We believe that collaborating closely is important, and I've been delegated responsibility by a cabinet for space and the budget for space, which is currently going through the parliamentary debate process. Thank you Italy will therefore be very much with you in the future.
Thank you so much, Minister. And now we go on to Portugal. Minister Elvira Fortunato, please.
Dear Ministers, representatives of the Member State delegations, members of the European Space Agency, members of the European Commission and observers, good morning. We all know the difficult moments that we are living today. We had and still have the COVID crisis that required global cooperation to be addressed. After decades of peace, war is back in Europe. We are living the dramatic changes of the climate, and quoting the United Nations Secretary General in the recent COP27, he said, "We are on a highway to climate hill with our foot on the accelerator." And we are overshooting the planetary boundaries, threatening the balance of the natural systems that keep us alive, the crisis of the biodiversity. The future of our planet and our own depends on what we will do until the end of this decade. Today, we live at a generational crossroad where our generation brought progress and prosperity but failed to see that the world has natural limits. And now this young generation is forced to fix what we did wrong. But we do hope, and hope is stronger than fear. Fortunately, this young generation of Elvira, Stella and Francis are more aware and more prepared than us. We should support them at all costs. Since the start of the space race in 1957, we have treated space just as we treat our planet, assuming that both could absorb an increasing amount of pollution. In the same way that we are degrading the health of the ocean with plastic, we are risking our access to space by rapidly increasing the number of space debris accumulating in the Earth's orbit. Both are a perfect showcase of our collective inability to care for these commons. We believe that space can be an ally in our race to change the unsustainable trajectory we are on today. This is our understanding about a sustainable space for a sustainable Earth. A healthy space environment offers a dimension to help us to preserve our natural assets, a way to monitor our oceans and interactions between the oceans and climate, and to monitor our territory, the source of sustainability. Not less important as the sustainability of space concerns all of us, it fosters dialogue and mutual understanding among nations. In line with this, it is crucial to reinforce the outcome of the resolution of the Matosinhos Manifesto adopted in 2021 in the Intermediate Ministerial ESA Council, accelerating the use of space in Europe, implementing the accelerators and inspirators initiatives. Among all those challenges, we should also ensure we continue dreaming and innovating. The development of future space missions is a powerful inspirator, sparking the interest of young generations in technology, sciences, and space exploration. Those are key elements to give Europe leadership in the scientific exploration domain. Space is part of all this, and ESA is the Earth in Europe that brings it all together. It brings the necessary awareness to the problems that we are facing, the technological solutions we need to develop, and the global cooperation mindset bringing European and international institutions together. We can look to the future of space in Europe as a common tool for society and people. We need to be more united, and Portugal is willing to support the European ambition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, many thanks also for the co-presidency of Portugal during the ESA time for the last 3 years and all your efforts during that time. And now we go on to Greece. Mr. Athanasios Stavros Polikalas, please.
Good morning. Good morning, dear Chair, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We have heard the Director General's proposal on ESA accelerating the use of space in Europe. I would like to congratulate the ESA DG and the Executive for the excellent and methodological work done since he took office with Agenda 2025. and now putting forward the basis for a common future for the next 3 years and 3 years to come. This ministerial is only the start paving the way toward 2035 ambitions, which we share. The European Space Agencies are a common agency that can ensure benefits for all, with a fair distribution of knowledge, skills, and funds across all member states. The 3 accelerators have been very timely and forward-looking. For Greece, they have been at the heart of its own transformation, with our motto Space as an enabler for this transformation. On a step-by-step approach, we're building our capabilities and utilizing and expanding our national infrastructures. Since 2017, Greece has its own space law. In 2020 digital law, we simplified the process of participation in ESA competitions. Additionally, in the law we set out the objectives of Greece in space activities, which are the strengthening of national defense and security, the development of Greek space industry, the utilization of space data and the development of relevant applications, and finally the support of research and innovation in the space domain. The space strategy of Greece is part of the Digital Transformation Strategy 2020 to 2025 and describes specific activities that the government will undertake and is already undertaking in the next 3 years in the space domain. Let me just mention a few. We built on our Copernicus hub created in 2014 in cooperation with ESA, and we're looking constantly in its expansion and modernization. We built on an existing GovSatcom hub, operational since 2019, providing governmental services by connecting ministries, parliament, embassies, civil protection authorities, and others. We are currently preparing to propose to the EU to host the EU GovSatcom hub in Greece following the expression of interest already made to Commissioner Thierry Breton by the Ministers of Digital Governance and National Defense. We are looking forward to work with ESA programs to enhance our capabilities and cooperate with other like-minded member states. We worked with ESA executive on next generation of optical satellite communications. We are offering the Helmos Observatory, the largest telescope in Central Eastern Europe, as one of the first optical ground stations under preparation for ESA and EU programs, including EuroQCI. Connection between Helmos and AlphaSat has already taken place. We invite all member states to work with us, including testing national QKD capabilities and experiments. In addition, we have 2 more OGS under preparation in Crete and Thessaloniki. We welcome the new flagship IRIS of the European Commission and the role of ESA in this project. In the Greek mythology, Iris was a goddess in Olympus, being a messenger like God Hermes. Greece has been supportive of this initiative from day one. In addition, we have invested 200 million euros of the RRF funds in our national small satellite project that we aspire to have it as part of the IRIS project as a contributing mission. We already entrusted ESA with these funds due to its technical excellence, and we are looking forward to a speedy and coordinated implementation. For us, connectivity should be a multi-orbit and multi-purpose, combining telecommunications with Earth observation and space with terrestrial assets. The key is common standards and interoperability of systems as we have today in terrestrial telecommunications. We also call on other member states to join forces with us for ensuring that tomorrow our countries and Europe will be more secure and more resilient in times of crisis in the European continent. In space safety, we relied on ESA for technical expertise for transforming our SSA, SST activities and fostered cooperation among our national stakeholders and European partners. Let me conclude with the following, looking to the future. The COVID-19 crisis, climate change, natural disasters, energy crisis, and conflict have shown this need for multi-purpose missions and blending space infrastructures with terrestrial infrastructures for the digital transformation, Green Deal, socio-economic responsiveness, innovation, and entrepreneurship. We need to work together for a safe, sustainable, and digital green future. We would like to thank ESA DG and the executive for carefully considering the needs of the member states, preparing an excellent proposal and advising member states on tailoring investments in accordance with their priorities. We're looking forward to the outcome of this ministerial and the implementation right after it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I would like to use the opportunity to remind everyone of our perfect start this morning, being within the 3 minutes for the statements, because we all know we have lots of work to do this afternoon. So to save time for the dinner in the evening, maybe we should try to keep the time for the next rounds. Said that, I love to give the word to Minister Martin Kupka for Czech Republic.
Thank you for the floor. Dear Mrs. Chair, Ministers, Director General, distinguished colleagues. The benefits of space for economy, technology, science, and everyday life can hardly be disputed. In today's turbulent world, the significance of space in the area of security is also becoming ever more apparent. The Czech Republic views space as an important and strategic domain. The government actively supports the growth and the development of the space sector, and the ESA programs are a primary and essential tool for such support. The unique expertise, position, and network of the agency, together with the geographical return policy, ensure that our investments have the desired effect. We aim to continue implementing the Czech National Space Plan, and despite the current difficult economic situation, we are increasing our yearly level of funding for ESA optional programs by 5% annually, and have prepared a corresponding package of subscription, again taking part in all of ESA's program domains. We plan to increase some of the programs radically, for example, double the Space Rider program and increase E3P3 by an order of magnitude. We follow the astronaut selection currently running in ESA and support the efforts to maximize the diversity in astronaut corps in terms of skill set, gender, and citizenships. We expect that the Central and East Europe will be well represented among the selected candidates that will become the ESA ambassadors in the world and Europe. Apart from human spaceflight, we are proud contributors in various ESA activities, be it flexible solar power generators, autonomous onboard software, valves for rocket engines, electric pumps for lunar lander engine, complex mechanism for Space Rider, as well as in orbit satellite delivery and servicing solutions. The Czech Republic is currently holding the presidency of the Council of the European Union. Our main priority focuses on negotiating a good compromise on the proposal of the new EU Secure Connectivity Programme, which aims to implement a satellite telecommunications mega constellation for secure communication for both governments and citizens. I am pleased to announce that the Czech presidency has reached an agreement with the European Parliament and the European Commission at a trilogue meeting last Thursday. I believe that this achievement is also very important for the deliberations of the ESA Council at ministerial level, because the ESA has a significant role in this program. The Czech presidency also supports enhancing the use of European space data and services, what will be matter of the political discussion at the Council of the EU next Friday. Over a quarter of the ESA budget is financed through the EU. This fact demonstrates that a well-functioning cooperation between the major space actors is the key for the European space ecosystem. The full potential of Europe in space can only be realized through a harmonious and synergistic relationship between ESA, the European Commission, and the EU Agency for the Space Programme, EUSPA, and the member states of the ESA and the EU. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you so much, and also for all your efforts on your achievements in the negotiations for the Secure Connectivity Initiative together with the Commission. I think that was really a very important work for all of us and for the meetings today. So thank you very much for that. And now I go on with Estonia. Ms. Sille Kram, please.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations, Germany, for becoming a new chair. Dear Director General, dear ministers, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First, I'm extremely happy to speak today on behalf of Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communication as a space minister here at the ESA Council meeting and ministerial level. In today's highly interconnected and highly independent world, good relations between countries and partners and close cooperation are a prerequisite for the development of any common understanding and maintaining a common mentality in turbulent times like ours today. On Estonia Independence Day, which was 24th of February, the world was directly disrupted by the war in Ukraine. In still ongoing difficult geopolitical situation, we would sincerely like to thank ESA executives and member states for really quick and effective action in the global situation that was relatively unforeseen, tragic and complicated. Thank you for that. But today we are looking into the future and visualize and think how to deepen our international cooperation, which is a cornerstone of space exploration, and how to boost the European economy by developing an ambitious space sector. And ESA Agenda 2025 is a good starting point. It sets a goal of reinforcing ESA's position as a global space leader by 2035. And now it's up to us, member states, how we invest and how we activate our industry to address these ambitious goals and missions. Estonia's space policy was signed in 2020, and it gives us 3 focus areas, which are AI, cybersecurity, and innovation. The policy gives us a diverse mix of different activities connected to application, payloads, as well as space exploration. For instance, our aim is to bring Estonian technologies to the moon and contribute to the development of space traffic management. And I do believe this knowledge and experience will be useful in contributing to a safe and secure space sector. For example, Estonia is now known for building cyber range. Our industry has started offering cybersecurity exercises for space domain, where we can simulate attacks to our infrastructure and learn how to act and learn where our weak spots are. Because of our smallness and limited amount of human resources, there is need to use more and widely AI applications in order to act more effectively. And today, we are using a number of remote sensing applications for monitoring the changes in environment, agriculture, infrastructure. And here I can see connections with our national initiatives and ESA accelerators proposed by the DG earlier. I think that ESA is doing a great job in being a very good partner in developing its member states' technology sector. And more important, ESA helps to inspire and educate our young people with ambitious missions and astronaut selections. And it's important to remind that space is not only about technologies and science and economy, but it's also about dreaming big, no matter how small or how big country you are. And I think ESA is an excellent example of good and meaningful cooperation that has remarkable impact on our daily life, environment, economy, security, and young people. For Estonia, it's the first 7 years of ESA membership.
I'm afraid I might remind you a little bit of the time.
So we are proud of member of ESA, and thank you very much. And it's really a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm afraid I might have to mention it a little bit more often in order to keep in time. But of course, we are all very interested in all your opinions, and we are going on now with Hungary. Minister Peter Szijjártó, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We appreciate your hospitality and this fantastic way of organization of this Ministerial Council. Although we are meeting in crucial times when European continent is faced with tremendous challenges, we Hungarians are unfortunately pretty much aware of those as being neighbors of Ukraine and having the war next door to us. That's why we are advocating for peace in all aspects. Regarding space as well, the peaceful use of space has a dual significance in our understanding. First, when it comes to economy, we are moving from crisis to crisis. So the role of the industries with high added value and high technological level have a significant role when it comes to recovery, and the space industry is definitely one of those. And when it comes to access to space, there we consider it as a matter of sovereignty as well. We are committed to support the efforts of the European Space Agency in order to strengthen the role of Europe, of the European Union, when it comes to the global space industry. So when it comes to financial contributions, we sign up to contribute to the ESA programs, and the volume of our signing up will be similar compared to one we made in 2019. We are thankful to the European Space Agency to sign the requesting party agreement today, in the framework of which Hungarian SMEs will have an access to 2 million euros continuously for 5 years on an annual basis to enhance and improve their role in the European space industry. And we also take advantage of the industrial policy task force we have established together with ESA in order to enhance the Hungarian participation in the programs of the Space Agency. And although we are not among the biggest countries here, but I proudly can tell you that more than 140 Hungarian devices have been out there in the space in the recent decades, and all missions have been completed. So based on this heritage of ours, we have launched the largest ever program of ours when it comes to space industry, which is called Hungarian to Orbit. This is a program which aims at sending the second Hungarian research astronaut to the space. This is a program which is being carried out with the cooperation of with the American company Axiom Space, and its extent is $100 million. This will end up in a 30-day-long research mission of a Hungarian astronaut with 3 other astronauts at the end of 2024 or beginning of 2025, depending on what time NASA confirms the access to the International Space Station. We will carry out this research mission in order to test 12 Hungarian devices and 8 experiments prepared by research groups of Hungarian universities. There have been 244 applications, among them 39 women, by the way. We have narrowed the list down to 8 candidates. At the end of the year, it will be further narrowed down to 4. Who will make the full preparation, and the final decision about the final astronaut will be made just a couple of months before the mission itself. Finally, I'd like to share with you, Madam Chair, that we are ready to offer research and experiment slots for ESA as well during this 30-day-long space mission. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And then we go on with Poland. Kamila Kroll, please.
Je suis très honorée d'avoir la chance.
Thank you. It's an honor for me to have the opportunity to attend the ESA Ministerial Council. It's an excellent opportunity for the ESA member states to underscore their participation in the development of future European space policy. This meeting is also an important event when it comes to promoting ESA activities in countries with a relatively young space sector, such as Poland. This year, we're celebrating our 10th anniversary as an ESA member. ESA plays a huge role in contributing to a new vision of Europe in space. The invasion of Ukraine by Russia has caused fear and anxiety, and Europe and the world are facing the resulting instability. The ESA program proposals are a response to this threat by giving ESA member states the opportunity to make sure that Europe increases access to space and its benefits for people living on Earth. The package includes monitoring and mitigation of climate change, secure communication under European control, and a rapid and resilient response to crises. As far as Poland is concerned, space activity is a vital tool. It allows us to support innovation and economic development and boost the effectiveness of state institutions. The space sector stimulates the development of new technologies, and the innovations implemented in the space sector are used in numerous areas, thus increasing their competitiveness. Thanks to our collaboration with the ESA, there are numerous matters being pursued further and implemented. We have done more as regards boosting our cooperation with ESA, allowing for the development further of the space sector in Poland. There's also been implementation of the Polish space strategy. At this ministerial, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the ESA representatives for the opportunity to pursue joint implementation of projects serving the interests of the Polish sector and the European sector. And it's thanks to these joint efforts that the space sector in Poland is one of those that is the most dynamic in the country. I'd like to say, to conclude, that the major challenge facing us remains ahead of us. So we have to keep up this effective cooperation based on mutual trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it follows Romania with Minister Sebastian Ioan Borduia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to our French hosts for graciously welcoming us for this very important event. It's an honor to be here and represent Romania's commitment to the European Space Agency, its vision, its missions, its programs. I want to especially thank Mr. Josef Aschbacher for his leadership and for the presentation earlier. I think you've managed to inspire us and position Europe as a global leader in space, leveraging indeed on our greatest resources, and that is our people, our brilliant engineers, our brave explorers, our ambitious dreamers. Romania is indeed fully committed and excited to be an integral part of ESA. In the past 10 years, our space sector has grown, thank you to these wonderful programs. And I want to highlight three things that I think make this organization great. The first is teamwork, and I think that's quite unique, to have everybody around the table contribute in their own areas of excellence and together conquer space and the world. Romania is excited to bring to the table its expertise in IT&C and AI and data analytics and exceptional engineering in the tradition of Herman Oberth. The second key element is economic growth. For, as we all know, investments in space imply innovation and productivity, high-paying jobs, education, vision, and entrepreneurship. The 1 trillion global market is an opportunity for us all and for our people and for our young generation. This is indeed not just the pursuit of the conquest of space, but the promise to solve humanity's toughest challenges of today, be it energy or security, mobility or climate change. And last but not least, the European Space Agency is, in our view, an example of leadership for the continent and for the world. This is not the time to hesitate. Look around. Look at what is happening. And this is exactly what we need to do, which is to accelerate. That is the key word, to accelerate and move ahead. I remember the words of a great Romanian engineer who invented the jet engine. His name was Henri Coandă. And he said that the future is the sum of all the steps you take, including those small ones or those that are ignored in the short term. Well, ESA is not taking any small steps today, and they are not to be ignored. Thank you for making us all a part of this. And let me end with this last appeal. As the short-term challenges get tougher and tougher, as winter gets colder, as social crises deepen, let us not forget about investing into the future with a long-term outlook on progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we go on with Luxembourg. Minister Franz Fayot, please.
Merci. Thank you, Anna. Colleagues, Director General, first of all, I'd also like to thank France for hosting this ministerial meeting. I'd like to thank France and Portugal as well for acting, for chairing the last few years. It's by coincidence that I share the name of France with the young gentleman we saw on the video earlier. No doubt it's a mere coincidence. However, Luxembourg shares young France's entrepreneurial enthusiasm from the very start. The creation of a space entrepreneurial ecosystem for new space has been part of our space policy, and over the last few decades we've seen that this sector is increasingly dynamic, proving that was the right decision. I'm therefore happy to see ESA promoting the private sector and entrepreneurship, placing that at the core of its priorities. It's been said by a number of you already, but the current geopolitical context, plus the fundamental shifts in the space ecosystem, requires us to have a strong, coordinated response from public sector and private sector actors alike across Europe, and ESA can play an extremely important and central role in that response. ESA is there to as a workshop in which we can develop new ideas and approaches. The agency needs to do what no one else can do. It needs to ensure that new knowledge and skills coming from space benefit business and citizens. So particular efforts are necessary in order to promote greater use of space infrastructure and data in non-space areas, in where there is huge and still largely underused potential. Dear Anna, dear Joseph, colleagues, in preparing for this ministerial meeting, Luxembourg has reviewed its space strategy for the next 5 years. Space mining was the starting point, but we have recalibrated our strategy in order to promote a four-pronged approach. The first is a sustainable economy. That is to say, as I said before, space needs to serve the diversification of the Luxembourg economy. The second strand is sustainability of activity on Earth. The space sector needs to do its bit in order to resolve problems on Earth, but I would also add to that the space for development aspect, whereby the space sector needs to help develop what we do in developing countries. The third strand is sustainable space activities. Joseph mentioned this about space traffic management, debris. Those are also priorities for Luxembourg as well. And lastly, sustainable use of space resources is also a core plank of our strategies. of a peaceful exploration of space and sustainable use of resources, as said. In that context, Luxembourg is fully engaged in developing the ESRIC, European Space Resources Innovation Centre, alongside ESA. By way of conclusion, Anna, Josef, colleagues, I came to today's meeting with the intention to support the approach you propose based on those three strands of sustainability, life on Earth, and combating climate change, promoting science and entrepreneurship. So bringing together those three strands is vital in order to support greater fresh momentum for the space sector. And in taking the decisions we need to today, I'd like to thank you in advance for your commitment to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Franz. Thank you to Luxembourg. And now we go on with Finland. Ilona Lundström, please.
Mrs. Chair, dear Director General, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, I am delighted that we have gathered here to strengthen the European space cooperation and through that competitiveness of Europe. Our common aim is to support better utilization of space assets in realizing socio-economic benefits. The key priorities of the Finnish space policy are sustainable use of outer space and sustainable growth of the space sector, in particular the new space economy. Finland has taken an active role in improving opportunities for new businesses using space technology and space data to provide solutions to our everyday needs. For Finland, development of digital infrastructure based on 6G and promotion of data economy are particularly important. We are committed to foster these themes also in the frame of ESA cooperation. Finnish national space activities have rapidly evolved in the recent years, attracting international investments. For further growth, we consider that ESA has an important role in reinforcing the European space ecosystem, supporting especially the market entrance of new companies. ESA's four key areas of space activity include relevant and timely programs. The ambitious science pillar agenda ensures the global leadership and future scientific achievements. Through ESA operations, we maintain Europe's technological leadership as well as autonomous, reliable and cost-effective access to space. Our priorities are found in programs supporting climate action, Arctic development, improved connectivity and Earth observation. In general, Finland strongly supports activities to scale up innovation and to foster capital financing for new space sector companies and startups. We consider ESA our space agency and a mechanism for international cooperation for its member states. The expertise provided by ESA in drafting and implementing national space law is important to us. We wish to stress transparency and equal, easy access to ESA's capabilities, capacities, in particular for research and SMEs. For the success of European space, I wish to stress the strong cooperation between European partners as well as with ESA, the European Commission and the member states to reach the objective. Mrs. Chair, dear colleagues, I'm convinced that our meeting in Paris and our future actions prove that space is truly a driver of sustainable growth and renewal. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Finland, also for perfect timing. And now we have Ireland, please. Minister Damien English.
Thanks, Chair. Ministers, Director General, delegates of Member States and high-level representatives and observers. I'm honoured to represent Ireland at this 2022 ESA Ministerial Council meeting today. I would like to first congratulate the Director General and all the ESA staff on their many remarkable successes since the last Ministerial Council in 2019. It's been an exciting few years for space, but I think we can all agree nothing has been more exciting than the launch on Christmas Day last year of the James Webb Space Telescope. We've all been astonished at the images it has already brought back and the untold richness which is to follow in the coming decades. And it's certainly winning over the hearts and minds of many of our children. I'm proud to say that several Irish teams contribute to the historic launch. Chair, while I have the floor, I'd like to mention that this is an exciting time for Ireland on a national level as we prepare to launch our first national satellite, AirSat-1, which has been built by a team of University College Dublin through ESA's Flyer satellite programme. The science, technology and innovation demonstrated by the launch of our first satellite provides an opportune moment to highlight to our citizens, to our students, to our enterprises, why investment in space and space technology and activity through our membership of ESA is so important and how it can be a catalyst for further growth in our economy. Since the launch of our first national space strategy a few months before the last ministerial in 2019, we've seen the number of Irish-based companies engaged with ESA rise from 70 in 2019 to 97 in 2022. That's an increase of 39% in those 3 years. Last year saw 14 Irish companies secure their first ESA contract, almost half of which did so have previously worked with our ESA Business Incubation Centre, thus demonstrating that the growth in Ireland's space active industry is largely attributed to our investment in ESA. So building on that growth will be key for our country as we seek, like other countries here today, to deal with the challenges and impacts of climate change, the energy crisis, the lasting impact of the COVID pandemic, and the impact of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Irish government recognises the potential that space and space-derived data offers to enable us to challenge those challenges, to address those challenges, and to deliver on significant public policy issues, such as climate change and other environmental issues. It also provides opportunities to Irish enterprises to grow and develop their capabilities, thereby sustaining current jobs and creating new ones. Space represents an area where we can be forward-looking, to act today to address the problems of tomorrow, to tackle climate change, to manage forestry and fisheries, to develop new technologies for navigation and telecommunications. Chair, in our view, the ESA model is the right model for a small country such as Ireland, where we can pool our common resources to meet our shared challenges, and while the system of impact-focused geo-return means we can develop our national capacity at the same time. This has allowed us, through the ESA optional programmes, to invest strategically in the key areas identified in our national strategy to enable technology transfer, commercialisation, entrepreneurship, and the development of key skills to meet future needs in the space and complementary sectors through the blend of our academia and our enterprise. So we fully recognise the indispensable role of ESA has played in developing Ireland's national space active sector. I am proud to continue this investment and this engagement long into the future.
Thank you so much to Ireland. And now we have the last member state before the coffee break, I'd like to mention. We will have Norway now with Ann-Marit Bjørnflaten, and then afterwards we will hear how to proceed with the coffee break. But please, the floor is yours to Norway.
Thank you. Dear Ministers, Director General Joseph Aschbacher, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Director General, for hosting this ministerial conference, the key arena for defining the European space ambitions in the coming years. As a State Secretary from ESA's northernmost member state, I would like to start my 3 minutes by emphasizing the importance of space in the current geopolitical situation in the High North. Safe and secure management of these areas is vital not only to Europe, but to Norway, but to Europe. The Norwegian investment in space reflects this priority. Our government is investing in a launch base on Andøya in northern Norway, strengthening European autonomy in access to space. The state-owned enterprise Space Norway will launch 2 communication satellites to provide broadband in the Arctic, where there is none today. Norwegian microsatellites, together with the European satellite systems Galileo and Copernicus, monitor the situation in the High North to provide safe and secure navigation, communication, and Earth observation. Our national space budget for 2023 shows our long-lasting involvement in ESA, in the EU's space program, and the Norwegian initiatives. To pursue and achieve our goals, the continued Norwegian participation in the European Space Agency is vital. In collaboration with ESA, we will in the coming 3 years develop a constellation of 3 small satellites for ocean surveillance with the long-term ambition of having a fully developed constellation for continuous real-time maritime surveillance. ESA's expertise, technology and networks are essential for the further development of the Norwegian space industry and the establishment of a complete Norwegian space value chain. Our ambition is to continue to support and strengthen the European ambition in space and ensure the efficient use of space in the high north, not only for Norwegian safety and security, but for the benefit of all Europeans. We will therefore maintain our support for and contribution to the optional programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you all. I think we had a very good start this morning in a very joint ambition to bring space forward in Europe, and I think it's clear we need to do it together and we need a little bit to accelerate it. But we will go on with our discussion after the coffee break, but first let me give the word to Michael Torado for some organizational matters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, yes, we have the coffee break now, and we should resume at 11:30. So that's the first information. The second information is that we have an important moment now. It is the moment for the family picture. So please listen carefully. We will make 2 groups. We will start with those coming for the family picture. It's ministers and high-level representatives of member states, associate states, cooperating states, and observers. Ministers and high-level representative only, no accompanying person. This group should go in my back in the room called FL. You can enter on the right or on the left, and we will do the picture right behind this wall. All others, you go for the coffee break in the main hall. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and see you all back here at 11:30. Yes.
to all ESA colleagues for their hard work. Well, a lot has been said before the break, and actually one wonders what to add, especially after the beautiful interventions of the three special guests, the children. From the perspective of the Netherlands, perhaps three quick points on digitalization, on climate change, and on science. Let me start with digitalization, which of course leads to a vast increase in the communication of data and between people. Communication which needs to be fast and secure. In the Netherlands, companies and knowledge institutions have joined hands to contribute to this challenge. Drawing on a heritage in optomechatronics and learning from experience outside the space sector, they have embarked upon a public-private program of 150 million euros for optical communication modules, also delivered to a large extent via ESA. Second, climate change, obviously. Quite obviously, we need space assets to monitor the environment and assess the effectiveness of climate policies. In the Netherlands, we still profit from a heritage of developing instruments for emission monitoring, which led to the Tropomi instrument, which has proven indispensable for our current awareness about emissions of greenhouse gases. Together with ESA, we have started to prepare a new generation of emission monitoring technology. And I think this fits very well with the new accelerator approach of the Director General. Third and last, the mandatory programs. Given the current economic outlook, we continue to monitor the science program and are prepared to take decisions to uphold the world-class science content of this program. In the basic activities program, we particularly welcome the preparation of the accelerated investment program. ESA needs to renovate the facilities at ESOC and ESTEC in order to succeed in the battle for talent and the green agenda. We look forward to the further development of the building plans and will consider a national contribution as such. And to be in time, thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A perfect start in this round. Now I give the word to Minister George Freeman for the United Kingdom. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Anna, and Joseph, and all of the ESA team for putting together this summit so professionally, and thank you to our hosts here in Paris. The United Kingdom could not be prouder to be a member of the European Space Agency. This partnership is the launchpad for our mission to build on the UK's long history in space science and technology as we develop a commercial sector and in insurance and finance and small companies, and enables us to pioneer projects that are either unaffordable or technologically impossible for one state alone. By working together, we all win. Companies, universities, countries, our European network, and more importantly, space and our planet. Let's take the infrared instrument for the James Webb Space Telescope. Without ESA membership, scientists at the University of Edinburgh couldn't have led on this transformative technology, which enables us to capture light from the earliest stars. And now scientists and citizens can expand their imaginations, looking further back in time than ever before. From building world-leading science payloads to spearheading new ways to use mission data for the good of mankind, our investment in ESA is a cornerstone of our space strategy, but also our commitment to science and technology as a force for good in a dangerous world. In almost half a century of cooperation, we've come a long way. So where next? I want to highlight three areas. One, industry and innovation. Missions that drive economic growth, supporting our commercial space technology and satellite sectors, delivering prosperity for the whole of the UK. From our Earth station at Goonhilly to Spaceport Cornwall to Surrey Satellites, Astroscale, the Harwell Cluster, Reaction Engines, Leicester Space Park, the Glasgow Satellite Manufacturing Cluster, and Vertical Launch in Scotland. The space economy in our country, as in others, goes everywhere in the country,
bringing opportunity to all. And the truth is, to carry political support during times of recession, we must be able to show that we're not just financing research, important though that is, but benefiting from procurement and manufacturing and the launch of smaller commercial LEO satellites, as we will in the coming weeks for the first time in the UK from Cornwall. Two global challenges. The pursuit of economic growth isn't everything. We want to invest in missions that tackle the grand challenges faced by our planet, on Earth and space, from debris to space sustainability, climate and Earth observation. And that's why we're so committed to the Vigil and the Truths programs, and I hope other countries will join us. And thirdly, the space exploration and scientific discovery. We want to invest in those awe-inspiring missions that inspire the next generation, as we heard earlier, and discovery on the frontier of our planet and our solar system. ESA's science programs remain the jewel in the crown, and UK scientists, and with input from member states, are really proud to continue that long legacy. As Carl Sagan put it, from the iron in our blood to the calcium in our teeth and the DNA in our cells, we are made of star stuff. And our plea is that it's exploration that really inspires both public support and drives the innovation that this sector is doing so powerfully. Let us not falter in insisting that just as the European explorers of a previous age drove the Enlightenment, that this generation will insist that Europe has a role to play on the frontier of space exploration, rooted in the values that we share. Rosalind Franklin's work laid the foundations for the discovery of DNA, and so the Rosalind Franklin rover will reveal the building blocks for life and whether it existed on Mars, and that it seems to us something profoundly to be shared by Europe. The Director General has put together a very strong package of investment that will enable us to increase our support, and we are delighted to be here with that in mind.
Thank you so much. And then we go on with Denmark. Anne-Marie Falktoft, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Chair, dear Ministers, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Due to the recent general election in Denmark, the Minister will not be able to attend at this time. Subsequently, as Deputy Director for the Danish Agency for Higher Education and Science, I will be representing Denmark. The Minister, however, sends his warm regards and wishes you all a successful ministerial. As no new fiscal law for 2023 has as yet been proposed to the Danish Parliament, our commitments will rest on the appropriations given by Parliament by the fiscal law for 2022. Hence, the Danish commitments for the ESA budget will be as follows. Firstly, I'm happy to announce that Denmark will be able to adopt the mandatory activities proposed for this ministerial conference, including the proposed level of resources and the associated budget for the spaceport in French Guiana. Regarding the CSG resolution, we very much welcome its invitation to the Director General to draw up a proposal for securing agency funding of the proposed strategic infrastructures from 2025, and, also important, the mechanisms associated with the funding by member states. We will follow this action with great interest. Secondly, we will at this time commit to maintain our overall present level of subscription to the optional programs based on the appropriations given by our fiscal law for 2022. In the event that the new Parliament should wish to increase the Danish contribution to the optional programs, Denmark will commit additional subscriptions. We would thus like to thank other member states in advance for your understanding and cooperation in allowing for such additional Danish subscriptions to ESA's optional programs, should this be relevant. In late summer next year, we will see the second mission of Danish ESA astronaut Andreas Mogensen. Andreas will be the pilot on the SpaceX 7 Crew Dragon as he embarks on his first long-term stay at the International Space Station. It is surely remarkable that a European astronaut, as the first non-American, has been appointed to pilot a US space vehicle. But then again, that is also a reflection of the excellence of the European Astronaut Corps and astronaut training. This is a very good and positive signal to send to our new and young astronaut class of 2022. Let me finish my statement by recognizing the great achievements made possible by ESA over the last 3 years, despite the negative consequences of the events in Ukraine and the many great achievements that still lie ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Denmark. And now we have Sweden. The floor is yours. Maria Nilsson, please.
Thank you very much, Director General, ministers, distinguished delegates. It is truly inspiring to be here. Sweden has been a member of ESA since the start, and European cooperation within space is of utmost importance to Sweden. Sweden will thus continue to implement an important part of its space activities through ESA. As Sweden from the 1st of January will take the presidency of the European Union, I would like to underline the importance of close cooperation and efficient distribution of responsibilities between ESA and the EU in order to achieve cost efficiency and make Europe more competitive in space. Sweden will increase the contribution to ESA optional programs and activities considerably. Sweden is also continuing the ambitious plans for its space sector nationally. Since more than 50 years back, we have successfully launched close to 600 sounding rockets from the space base S-range in the north of Sweden. And we are now finalizing constructions of a new launch pad for the launches of satellites into orbit. These facilities form an important contribution to Europe's independent access to space. And I agree with Stella from General Director's introduction. The climate change is humanity's biggest challenge now. Space data is a key to analyzing changes and identifying efficient measures. The Swedish National Space Agency has initiated Digital Earth Sweden, a combination of space data and artificial intelligence will enable easy access to data-driven and sustainable future for everyone. Sweden will also increase the contribution to the Earth observation programs in ESA. Space-based assets have become a platform for central infrastructures in nearly all societal sectors. We rely on them for many vital and time-sensitive services. It is therefore extremely important to protect these assets from hazards and threats. For that reason, Sweden has joined the European Union's Programme for Space Surveillance and Tracking. As the EU chair, we plan to focus on a fair and sustainable access to space. Sweden will furthermore significantly increase its contribution to ESA's security programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Sweden. And now we have Austria and the Minister Leona Gewessler. The floor is yours.
Sehr, sehr herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. Let me begin with thanks to France for the intensive preparations involved in this meeting. And I'd also like to congratulate and thank Germany for taking over the chair of this meeting, Mr. Habeck, Ms. Christman. And thank you. I can give Austria's support to the priority points that you've raised. I'd also like to thank Josef Aschbacher and all of the ESA team for the ambitious and excellent preparation of this ministerial conference, and particularly for the intensive work that's gone into achieving our common goals, namely to extending Europe's role as a leader in space. I think ESA is one of the best examples that Europe is strong when it works together, when we join our forces and when we use those forces to push forward the transformation that we need. ES is really one of the main instruments that can help us bring together the forces of Europe and target them effectively. If we want sustainable space for Austria and Europe, there are 5 points that I'd like to touch upon quickly. First of all, the contribution to climate change. I've been in Sharm el-Sheikh at this COP for a week. It was a little disappointing, and therefore every instrument that we have to meet this central challenge for humanity that is climate change must be used. We aren't meeting targets, and therefore you won't be surprised that in my capacity as not only Space Minister but Climate Minister, I will be focusing Austria's space strategy on monitoring CO2 emissions and fighting climate change. Secondly, global competitiveness. This is also something that we've heard a number of times today. Increased competitive means that Europe and ESA has to follow a joint role and reinforce ESA's role and be systemically competitive, as Mr. Habeck has said. Next, space data and applications for people's daily lives. Sweden's touched upon this. They are key in deciding how people see and feel about space, but they'll also be important for the digital and green transformations. And that's why we're pushing forward with this in Austria with the space promotion program. We're pushing forward with the use of space data and applications. And thank you to ESA for the cooperation with Austria, for example, on instruments like the Green Transition Information Factory. Points 4 and 5. So critical infrastructure that needs protection. We have set up this infrastructure. It must be protected. And space infrastructure is included in that. We have the space safety program. And then fifth, creating the right framework conditions for smaller member states like Austria. And ESA's role is crucial in that. And it's also important that the Commission is present here today to promote competitiveness of the member states. But ESA is essential in all of that. To conclude, if we're going to make a success of this, we have to work together. We have to work in our own corner, but also together. So for Austria, that means being more involved in ESA. At a difficult time, we've managed to turn our contribution to the budget around. And Joseph, we'll continue pushing for more money, Joseph. I think also the developments in ESA will be something that we work on over the next few years. ESA has to continue to evolve. But again, Austria is committed to that. Let me thank all of those who are involved in that work. We're very proud of ESA. Austria is proud of ESA. We want a strong ESA. That's what we're doing here by coming here together today. And I think that we'll be taking a lot of very important decisions, the outcomes of which will be felt long into the future. So thank you very much.
Herzlichen Dank nach Österreich.
Thank you very much, Austria.
And now we are almost finished with a round of the member states. Germany as a chair will be a little bit later in the round, but now we first go on with the associates, and I welcome Lithuania to be the next. Please, the floor is yours, Egle Markevičiūtė.
Thank you so much. Your pronunciation was great given the difficulty of Lithuanian surnames. Ladies and gentlemen, hosts, chairs, it is my pleasure to be here. And I would probably be right by saying that Europe and the European space sector is indispensable and at times irreplaceable in tackling some of the most pressing challenges of our times, such as climate change, communicating in a reliable and secure way, assessing risks and threats while stimulating technology and innovation, as well as scientific progress. We strongly support proposed ESA programs that will be the key for reinforcing the European presence in space, securing telecommunications, fostering the competitiveness of the European space industry, and promoting the outreach of the sector throughout the world, while inspiring people by the scientific potential worldwide. Space for everyone, inclusive approach with the attractiveness of the space sector for different stakeholders, from large system integrators, mid-caps, SMEs, startups, to academia and research institutions is important for us, as well as a balanced growth of the space ecosystem between upstream and downstream sectors. Remarkable ESA's initiatives, as well as the cooperation with other member states, is crucial for us. By understanding the importance of the contribution of each state, we promote the development of the sector in Lithuania as much as possible. This year, we adopted Lithuanian space strategy, which defines our aspirations in terms of GDP-related KPIs. Participation in ESA programs, ongoing establishment of ESA Business Incubation Center with all the necessary activities for space startups, Lithuanian Space Hub, fresh and notable initiative in the newly established Innovation Agency, tasked with the Lithuanian space community promotion, is only a small part of our determination to contribute for further Lithuanian and European space breakthrough. And last but not least, I would like to add something personally from me. It was refreshing hearing from so many member states, associate members as well, I suppose, to hear certain statements and mentions about Ukraine and the war that is going on there. Mentioning it in one way or another. It's hard but important to continue looking to the issue not from a very personal view, not ergo how does it affect us, but remembering and evaluating the situation in terms of those who suffer the most. As a Lithuanian representative, I would like to extend a thank you towards ESA for certain actions against the aggressor and hope that in the spirit of European sovereignty, these good deeds will continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much also for these last important words. And now we have, and that was my fault, I mixed it around, I'm sorry for that. But now, of course, we have Latvia. And please, the Minister Anita Mušiniete, I hope this is almost right. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It was almost right. Dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to address you on behalf of Latvia at this important meeting today. And just as in all ESA countries and globally, space is gaining momentum in Latvia. We innovate, we cooperate, and we actively expand our space domain. We are an ESA associate member since 2020, but we work in space for much, much longer. This lets us benefit from our space heritage and contribute to ambitious missions. We do have valuable space infrastructure. The largest radio telescope in the north is located in Latvia, for instance. We do have a role in the Lunar Gateway and HER mission, and we plan new exciting developments in 2023. Latvia will launch our first ESA BIC and the new ESA office. In my address, I would like to highlight a very important word, cooperation, thanks to which we can approach space as a norm in our economies today. It is also crucial for peace and security of our countries. Cooperation with neighbors is important for us. In the Baltic states, we are creating our joint Earth observation platform for governmental services. Cooperation between the government, industry, and academia is key, especially in space. We know our space sector players by name, and they know the government is their partner. And finally, the cooperation within the government. Space drives our close collaboration between the Ministry of Science and Education and the co-responsible Ministry of Economy. In fact, it is becoming a famous case of successful interministerial cooperation. Latvia is now on the verge of something new today. Our country is forming the new government, so we indeed hope that this newness will mean new opportunities also for our space. But what we are looking for in general now, the inclusion of new actors in our space domain, a balanced growth of the upstream and downstream sectors, science commercialization and private investment, education and human capital, and Latvia's new roles in large value chains and missions. And that's all for people and industries on Earth, please. ESA is our valued partner, and your role in our space sector development is undeniable. Deeper relations with ESA is a cornerstone of our space policy. That all being said, we very much welcome ESA programmatic ambitions and priorities reflected in DG's proposal, and there is not a single rational indication that space might lose its role in our future economies. So let us cooperate with integration for innovation and exploration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now we go on with Slovenia. And Matevž Frangesh, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Freeman from UK started with a quote of Carl Sagan, the famous astrophysicist, and I'll continue in that fashion. And he said, somewhere something incredible is waiting to be known. I know that in this saying, a lot of ESA heritage is hidden because of all the knowledge that was discovered during this magnificent legacy of ESA. Now I would like to ask you to look at this side of this magnificent hall. We see this great sign of ESA with strong word, ambition. I'm enthusiastic to be here, my first ministerial meeting of ESA, and I would like to thank Mr. Josef Aschbacher for the great presentation of the acceleration ambition of ESA, tackling exactly all the fields, all the speakers today mentioned today as the big challenges we face as Europe and as human race, and as our planet. So we see ESA as a proven success story, and that's why Slovenia is eager to increase its role and impact in the ESA's programs. I would like to support all the things mentioned in the opening remarks of Monsieur Bruno Le Maire, Herr Robert Habeck, and European Commissioner Thierry Breton, because it is seen that those opening remarks reflected the ambitions of member states, associate states, and cooperating states behind this table. Slovenia would like to express its strong devotion to the European space programs, with our ambition to complete the full membership in the next 24 months by adopting our ambitious national space strategy during next year. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank ESA, because the companies that already gain the possibility to work within the programs of European Space Agency are often mentioned in Slovenia as the pioneers of innovation, re-innovation of our industry, and they form a more and more robust industrial research and innovation ecosystem of our economy. That's why we can say that we will increase our support also in our investments and contributions that will be planned up until 2030. Thank you for this magnificent experience, and Slovenian look forward to all the opportunities and answers we once again in our history search up there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I'm happy to go on with the newest associate member state. Slovakia has just joined this round in October. So a very warm welcome to you. And the floor is yours, Minister Jan Horecki.
Thank you. Dear Chair, dear Director General, distinguished colleagues, it's a real honor and significant milestone for the Slovak Republic to participate in this Council Ministerial for the very first time as an associate member. We are delighted that our smooth cooperation with the ESA led us to this moment and successful association to the agency. Thank you all for that. Despite being the newest associate member, Slovakia is not at all new to space. Not only do we have experience with crewed spaceflight, but already in the 1970s, our researchers and engineers were participating in various international missions to develop space hardware. Since then, there has been continued involvement of Slovak research and development in major international space missions such as Rosetta, Bepi Colombo, or JUICE. Currently, Slovakia counts more than 40 established companies actively involved in the space sector. These cover a wide range of areas, including satellite hardware, space safety, and Earth observation applications. On top of that, there is a strong potential for future sector development coming from the collaborations with industrial base where IT, electronics, or high-precision machinery form the key pillars of the Slovak economy. We put extra effort into supporting technology transfer and academia-industry collaboration, bringing new non-space technological companies with relevant capabilities to the sector, as well as growing a new entrepreneurial community through outreach activities, hackathons, and our own incubation program. Thanks to these activities, the size of our space sector has almost doubled over the past 3 years. Slovakia aims to be a valuable member of the ESA family. We not only help our space sector grow, but also develop unique competencies in newly emerging areas, attracting both public and commercial interest, such as the use of progressive materials, AI, blockchain, or cybersecurity solutions. We appreciate very much the Directors General's proposals for the Council meeting at ministerial level and consider them being inspiring, timely, and appropriate. Considering our strength and capabilities, we decided to subscribe to the following optional programs: Earth Observation, Future EO, Space Safety Program, General Support Technology Program, and to enhance commercialization through establishment of the ESA BIC in Slovakia. We are joining ESA as well-prepared associate member. We are ready and look forward to deepening our European space collaboration with our partners within the ESA member states and associate members. We find the European space actors as a diverse spectrum of different players working together on achieving common goals. We strongly believe that diversity and solidarity are key enablers for all these endeavors, and we therefore look forward to teaming up with the space industries of other ESA member states to successfully embark on our mutual journey towards progress across all these grand ambitions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention and support.
Thank you so much, and again, welcome as an associate member, and then we go on to Canada. Please, the floor is yours, Lisa Kemper.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Chers
Ministers, national delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a huge pleasure for me to speak to you here today at this Council meeting of the European Space Agency at ministerial level. I'm doing this in the name of François-Philippe Champagne, our Minister for Innovation, Science and Industry, who transmits to you his most sincere regrets for not having been able to join you. On behalf of Canada, I would very much like to thank the French delegation and the European Space Agency for this warm welcome and the excellent work carried out in organizing this important event.
Proud member of ESA. For over 40 years, the Canadian Space Agency has had a unique and cherished role within ESA, and we have achieved impressive accomplishments together. Over the years, and even more significantly over the past few months, it has become evident that when we work together, we are stronger and more resilient when faced with societal and economic challenges. Despite the geographical distance, our concerns and policy priorities remain closely aligned in a number of important areas. The space environment continues to change at a rapid pace, and recognition of humanity's reliance on and enhanced interest in the space economy is growing. While current geopolitical and global economic situations have brought instability to the world, they have not impacted the momentum and ambitions of the space community to solve today's challenging global issues. The diverse membership of ESA is an excellent demonstration of leveraging one another's expertise to achieve our greater goals. I would like to thank ESA for proposing ambitious yet a balanced program for the next 3 years. We support the priorities endorsed at the IMM and the Space Summit to be as inclusive and open as possible to collaboration. Canada is committed to remaining a reliable partner within ESA, and we're happy to announce that we will be continuing our investment in the programs relating to SATCOM, Earth observation, navigation, and exploration. We're also pleased to announce that for the first time, we will contribute to the Space Safety Program. Madam Chair, Ministers, colleagues, I thank you very much for your attention as we continue to lead the way in bringing innovation and inspiration to the European and Canadian space sectors and benefits to all our citizens. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much to Canada as a cooperating member state and for all the good collaboration with ESA and between ESA and Canada. Thank you so much. So then we go on now with the round of observers and statements where it is requested. And there we start with Bulgaria. Minister Alexander Georgiev-Pulev, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dear Director General, dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the dynamic new space development of the European space sector is allowing companies to grow faster, to attract private and institutional investors, and to introduce business innovations with the use of space data for the benefit of society, of the overall economy. My country, Bulgaria, has more than 50 years experience in the area of space and has the capacity to contribute to the development of space technology in Europe. Through the implementation of the agreement of European cooperating state with the European Space Agency and the respective projects, Bulgaria has realized important partnerships in the area of space technologies and space economy. The collaboration with ESA has brought important benefits in terms of development of information systems for monitoring of hydropower reservoirs, construction of space greenhouses, production of space food, development of communication satellite terminals, software platforms for aggregation and data analysis, nanosatellites, terrestrial surveillance for agriculture and forest areas, among many others. We believe the newly signed agreement with ESA this year will support our efforts to encourage more new space companies to take part in the space programs and to increase the investments in Bulgaria's space industry. For maximizing the benefits and synergies of working with ESA, we're expecting to raise gradually the Bulgarian budget dedicated to the ESA starting from the next annual contribution. Furthermore, we're also interested in expanding our international cooperation and finding potential partners at the technologies specifically related to CubeSats. Recognizing ESA as a driver of space technology in Europe, we believe that the development of new services and applications to support the implementation of various policy priorities will promote the European competitiveness and in particular the participation of SMEs and startups in the space projects and applications. In order to meet these objectives, we consider it necessary to actively involve all member states in the opportunities provided by the EU space programs, and we are ready to collaborate actively on that. In conclusion, I would like to express our strong beliefs that today's meeting will reinforce our joint commitments for dedicated future actions and will ensure European leadership in space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now we go on with Malta. Keith Asopadi-Tanti, please.
Thank you very much. Dear Chair, dear Director General, dear Ministers, colleagues, I would like to commend the excellent work undertaken by the Director General in setting out a package of pragmatic and future-looking proposals. In our view, these proposals continue to showcase ESA's endeavour in prioritizing the strengthening of the European space sector and meeting the needs of European citizens. Malta therefore fully endorses these proposals whilst reiterating its support to ESA's vision as set out in the ESA 2005 agenda. Dear Director General, allow me to take this opportunity to formally announce that Malta will be actively seeking to upgrade its relationship within the ESA family. We have a long-standing cooperation agreement with ESA, which has led to, over the recent years, to the creation and successful implementation of a National Space Research Fund and Space Education Programme. Now, we feel it is the most opportune and timely moment to secure an upgrading in our relationship by transitioning to a membership status based on a stable and wide-ranging ECS arrangement. We firmly believe that through the ECS agreement, we can considerably enhance our institutional cooperation with a view to further develop and enhance our emerging opportunities in the space sector. We are convinced that with our pursuit of an ECS agreement, ESA will tangibly demonstrate how, as an international organization, it truly offers a pathway for all countries, irrespective of size and level of maturity of their space industry, to benefit from its wide spectrum of program and initiatives. We are prepared to make the best of the opportunities which an ECS agreement with ESA can offer us. The recent adoption of our national space strategy showcases Malta's commitment towards achieving tangible progress in establishing and nurturing an economically sustainable space sector. We are confident that the thematic goals and vision as laid out in the strategy will help expand our emerging capabilities, notably in the research and downstream domains, whilst for the first time exploring opportunities in the upstream sector. Our new strategy pursues a whole-of-government approach to space, with a purposeful focus on promoting space data applications and related commercial opportunities. The Malta Space Strategy develops a policy narrative which considerably reflects today's discussions on accelerating the use of space in Europe. We particularly welcome the inclusion of Earth observation programs, maximizing the Copernicus component within ESA's long-term plans. We fully appreciate the potential uses of satellite-derived Earth observation data for the development of space-based applications. As colleagues have noted, such applications have varied use across both the public and the private sector. We feel that more can be done to improve the quality and applicability of such data. Malta welcomes the appropriate level of attention being devoted to the exploitation of space-based technologies by way of contribution to the digital and green transitions. We therefore endorse the concept of inspirators by way of boosting the uptake of space-driven STEM education and technological innovation. We also look forward to new proposals, taking into account the necessities of countries like Malta as new entrants with emerging capabilities within the space sector. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much to Malta. And now we go on with Croatia, with Minister Radovan Fuchs, please.
Thank you very much, Lady Chairman, dear Director General, ministers and friends. I'm really honored to being here today on this very important meeting, and this meeting represents a great opportunity to stress our national space priorities, but also to set the agenda for ESAs and offer Europe a chance to tackle upon the global challenges. I believe we all agree on strategic importance space-based solutions have on our society, environment and economy. And in that sense, I would like to point out three things. First, we are well aware that the world is at the present facing problems in the geopolitical order. And that is also important for the area of space. In this sense, the European Union should continue its efforts to target all necessary means to become self-sustainable when it comes to research, innovation, and technology in the field of space. In relation to ESA's agenda, we already have a good basis for achieving the set priorities. For example, the European Green Deal, in addition to national documents and policies, can serve as excellent guideline for the extension of products as well as to development of more competitive research and business sector. Secondly, the Council resolution on accelerating the use of space in Europe highlights the thematic accelerators relating to, among other things, space for a green future and rapid and resilient crisis response. Since the accelerators are built on the principles that sustainability is the most challenging issue faced by Europe, and in order to tackle these challenges, it is important to work closely with the private and public actors in the space domain. In this regard, during the last ministerial meeting in Portugal, Croatia already emphasized the importance of accelerators, especially in terms of ensuring the synergistic approach in long-term benefits for the member states and Europe. Finally, the ESA has provided a platform to enhance the national space activities. I would like to point out that Croatia will continue to strengthen the space sector as well as national policies. Croatia concluded 3 national calls within the implementing agreement, and the results have shown that Croatia has a great potential to use space technology through companies whose focus is on the development of new technologies. We will continue to contribute to the monitoring of space policies, and in that context, Croatia is ready to take the next step within the ESA, signing the European Cooperating State Agreement and acquire the PEX status. Since the cooperation of Croatia researchers and business sector is a precondition for stronger development of Croatian innovative and economic potential, we are sure that the new status in ESA will speed up the fulfillment of national goals, enable the stronger positioning in the space sector. It will also enable Croatia to boost innovation capacity and increase investment with the aim to create a new knowledge and technology transfer to the business sector. And to conclude, I hope that this meeting will show the unity and importance of protecting European Union's sovereignty in the space sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'm back in the chair. So I take the word from Anna, who is in 3 minutes giving a remark from the German side, but before that we can hear Cyprus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable ministers, dear Director General, distinguished delegates. It is a great pleasure and privilege to be here with you in Paris for the ESA 2022 Council meeting at ministerial level. On behalf of the Government of the Republic of Cyprus and our delegation, I would like to thank ESA and our hosts for their wonderful hospitality and congratulate Germany for being elected to chair the conference. Cyprus highly values the work of ESA, and I would like to reaffirm our strong commitment to work towards our shared vision of accelerating the use of space in Europe that will allow us to tackle the upcoming global challenges with confidence. Our well-established and highly beneficial cooperation with ESA has led to tangible and encouraging results. Through the new ECS Plus agreement, with an increased subscription for 2022 and a further increase expected for 2023, Cyprus would like to strengthen and expand this collaboration and accede to the ESA Convention as an associate member in the near future. Despite our small size, through our cooperation with ESA, we seek to utilize our geostrategic location and leverage on available opportunities to build a strong space ecosystem. To this end, Cyprus has put forward a number of reforms and initiatives, including the development of a national space strategy in line with the new EU space policy and the ESA initiatives and programs, as well as a national space law to authorize and supervise national space activities and enhance the practice of registering space objects. As part of our comprehensive action plan, we are proceeding with the creation of a national space business incubation center and a local space cluster. Cyprus is experiencing significant growth in its satellite communications infrastructure and space assets. Our Gateway Earth station facilities serve major European and global operators. Concrete plans are also in place to establish optical ground stations to support programs and initiatives such as EU GovSatcom, quantum communications technologies, and space secure connectivity. Furthermore, the Agency for the European Space Programme will develop two ranging integrity monitoring stations in Cyprus for the operation of the IGNOS system. Expanding research and innovation activity in the field is also a key element of our policy agenda. Cyprus is very proud to be hosting the Eratosthenes Center of Excellence, formed under the teaming action of Horizon 2020, which has been pivotal in paving the way for Cyprus to join the space arena, generating new opportunities for innovative research and establishing important partnerships at all levels. Concluding, I would like to reaffirm our strong support to the Director General's proposal on ESA accelerating the use of space in Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And then I give the floor to Anna Christmann from Germany.
Thank you very much, Chair. Lieber Robert, lieber...
Yeah, Robert, Joseph, we're very happy to be here. Colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank France for inviting us to Paris and for organizing this year's conference at ministerial level. We're very happy to take over the presidency. We have in ESA an organization unique in Europe, which in our view enables us to actively design and create space travel and the associated technologies and to develop future paths for humanity in space exploration. It's very important to us. I'm also very happy to see that the three focal points described by the Minister this morning seem to be largely echoed by the room. We all believe in protecting the climate, European sovereignty, and developing new space, that is to say, creating greater competition in the space sector. Those are three core areas in which we see ESA needing to engage and commit to the next few years. With regard to energy and technology, ESA's role in space exploration is decisive to give us the necessary economic clout to render us autonomous. Only in that way can we decide how to best use our opportunities. In Germany, with our partners, we see ESA operating great opportunities to provide applications for our planet, given the increasing relevance of that technology for our economic sovereignty now and all the more so in the future. We set great store by greater private investment, capital, and more competition in space travel. That means that the ESA programs in that area need to be promoted, need to be fostered, and need to be pioneers, enabling opportunities for new actors, in particular startups. Another core concern is using space to preserve the climate. I'm talking here about innovative services and applications for Earth observation, in which we will invest consistently in order to evaluate the climate adaptation measures and better implement those. That will enable us to effectively manage the climate crisis itself and the consequences thereof. Of course, part of that is sustainability of space itself. With space travel, that means that we need to ensure that space remains usable, viable for future generations. So we need here both technological solutions and an enhanced legal framework. We cannot accept increasing amounts of space debris. Europe needs to play a leading role here to minimize the amount of space debris and indeed to eliminate it wherever possible. Lastly, with our international partners, ESA is involved with some of the most exciting exploration missions currently going on worldwide. The International Space Station offers top-notch, world-leading science in terms of zero gravity, and with the European Service module on Artemis, we're very proud to be participating in that. Those are successes which are possible only if we divide labour internationally, and they require collaboration between nations going far beyond space travel itself. Bringing me to my conclusion, let's just say in the light of the current context we find ourselves in Europe at present, we see space travel as being critical for secure European sovereignty. That it will help us ensure autonomous access to space, of course, but also allow us to provide new actors with access to launchers, for example. Now, I see this as being a strong signal. I expect a strong signal to be sent by this ministerial conference to the ESA Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Germany. And now we have a couple of organizations, and we start with OIMSAT.
Ministers, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'd first like to thank Minister Le Maire and the Director General of ESA for giving EUMETSAT the opportunity to speak to this conference, and of course for organising and hosting this event. The theme of this meeting is to accelerate the use of space in Europe and to build a space ambition which takes into consideration the new geopolitical and societal environment that European nations are facing. In this context, responding to the now widely accepted climate crisis has never been so crucial. At COP27 last week, the World Meteorological Organization reported that extreme weather and climate-related events globally generated more than 100 billion of losses in 2022. And Europe has experienced losses of 500 billion over the last 40 years. The UN Secretary General called for investment equally in adaptation and resilience, including information that allows the anticipation of storms, heat waves, floods and droughts. In that context, it's clear that better observing of weather and climate is absolutely essential. Now, EUMETSAT carries this out in response to the operational needs of its 30 member states and for the development of satellite systems. Based on past decisions by ESA member states, Europe will open a new era for satellite meteorology with the planned launch of Meteosat third generation in December this year, a satellite that will focus on earlier detection and monitoring of very high impact weather events that have such big impact on European societies. In 2024, EUMETSAT will propose to its member states funding of a constellation of microsatellites based on ESA's AWS program, agreed in the Ministerial of 2019. And this is a way to test new space approaches for operationally observing weather. Through such innovative programs, Europe will maintain its global leadership in operational satellite meteorology, a success developed on long-standing partnership with ESA and European industry. And this meeting is a unique opportunity to invest in this partnership. EUMETSAT intends to complement the ESA Aeolus 2 program, building on the success of Aeolus. The planned 2 satellite program will deliver 10 years of 3-dimensional observations with demonstrated high impact on the quality of forecast accuracy. Given the impact of severe weather events and how climate change will increase their severity and frequency, future EO is essential to prepare in an innovative way the next generation of meteorological observing systems. So I therefore, if I may, encourage the support of these proposals. I can't conclude without mentioning EUMETSAT's interest in the future European space weather and space situational activities, and of course the urgent need for an independent, reliable and affordable European launch service. The opportunities to leverage the benefits of the cooperation between ESA and EUMETSAT have never been so numerous, while the broader partnership with the EU's Copernicus programme offers huge opportunities for Europe. I hope the decisions made at this meeting will set the ground for realising these opportunities in response to the global challenges that we all face. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And the next in line is USPA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director General, Ministers, distinguished delegates and participants. It is a great pleasure for me to address you in my capacity as Executive Director of the European Union Agency for the Space Programme at the ESA Council at ministerial level. USPA, established by the EU Space Regulation in May 2021, is working in partnership with the European Space Agency since long. A collaboration that started first in EGNOS, then in Galileo, recently expanded to certain areas of Copernicus, and that soon will focus also on secure connectivity. The mission of USPA is based on three pillars: exploitation, security, and market uptake. Today, USPA ensures the exploitation of Galileo and EGNOS, is building the GovSatcom hub, and will become the space surveillance and tracking front desk as of 2023. In the second pillar of security, USPA provides the security accreditation for the entire EU space program, supports the European Commission in the definition of the security principle and rules, and implements them, and operates the Galileo Security Monitoring Center 24/7. The third pillar, related to market uptake, focuses on users and on how to bring space technologies and applications to 17 market sectors, including agriculture, road, rail, finance, energy, just to name a few. And we do this not only with established companies, but more and more also with entrepreneurs and startups, where the Cassini initiative is showing to be a powerful and effective tool. Our aim is to contribute to the EU agenda for a stronger Europe, Green Deal, digital, and resilience, among others. Since the approval of the space regulation, our collaboration with ESA evolved significantly. The complementarity, roles, and responsibilities of ESA, the European Commission, and USPA, defined in the Financial Framework Partnership Agreement, are now close to full implementation. And we work together in establishing both the joint office between the three institutions and the joint teams of USPA and ESA for several aspects of Galileo and EGNOS. Let me stress that concerning the major challenges we are facing, such as climate change and the unjustified Russian aggression to Ukraine, more than ever, secured and performant space technologies, data, and services are needed. The European space ecosystem needs the various actors to join forces to ensure that we continue to innovate and maintain our competitive edge. Therefore, the collaboration and complementarity approach set in the FFPA, and now successfully demonstrated, is the right basis for our collaboration future across all activities of the EU in space. I've been looking forward to hear about the new programs of ESA and to hear about potential synergies with the EU space program for the benefit of European citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I ask EDA for your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, dear ministers, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to start by thanking ESA for the invitation to this ministerial meeting, as well as for the very good cooperation between our two agencies. With the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, we are facing today particularly difficult and challenging times for the security of the European Union. We have rapidly adapted our posture and strategies, providing support to Ukraine while ramping up our defense capabilities. As witnessed in Ukraine, space-based information and communication services are gaining high prominence in the battlefield, serving both as critical capability for the armed forces as well as a vital enabler for all classical warfighting domains. In that context, the European Defence Agency also enhanced its work in the space domain, launching this year a dedicated Defence in Space Forum, aiming to enhance coordination and cooperation in defence between member states and across the full spectrum of space capabilities. In addition, in the area of space research, we are launching a new capability technology group on space. We hope that these enhanced efforts will result in a number of new collaborative projects aiming to strengthen our capabilities in space. We are already observing a higher interest in collaborative space projects in the Permanent Structured Cooperation, PESCO, framework, as well as in the area of research and technology. When it comes to research and technology, together with ESA, we launched this year the EDA, the European Defence Agency Defence Innovation Prize, looking for new, innovative solutions and technologies for space-based surveillance and reconnaissance for military and dual-use operations, focusing, in this case, on debris and artificial orbiting objects. The selection of the winner will be presented during the upcoming EDA annual conference in next December. Next to this, the work on joint projects and studies between EDA and ESA is progressing well. Currently, we have several ongoing projects in different areas spanning from the Earth observation and satellite communication to the use of artificial intelligence in space applications. We are also investigating additional dual-use topics in order to further extend our cooperation. I will close my short intervention with expression of sincere appreciation for the continued and fruitful cooperation between our agencies and for the important job that ESA is doing in the space domain, which is of great help also to our work in defense and to our work to support the development of defense capabilities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Next in line is EMSA.
Thank you very much also for having EMSA here at the Ministerial Council. Since 2007, the close institutional collaboration between ESA and EMSA has been extremely beneficial. EMSA is very thankful for this cooperation. ESA is an important partner in a long-standing and successful collaboration. EMSA is also hoping to work even closer together with ESA in the context of the new accelerator programs, which is a very interesting approach to scale up space-based solutions addressing societal problems. The environmental performance of shipping is an enormous challenge for the years to come. But also in the domain of civil security, we have important challenges. For example, we have seen the floating sea mines in the Black Sea, but also the attack on critical infrastructure when it comes to the Nord Stream pipeline explosions in the Baltic Sea. So in our view, there's a huge potential for further development of our cooperation. Some examples come to mind. We would like to explore the possibility of satellite-based monitoring of environmental performance of shipping, looking at air and water pollution from individual ships, which will help us to further support the European Commission with the Green Deal. And it also will enrich us with further data to work on greener shipping. Another issue is the VHF data exchange system, VDES, for which still a global service should be defined. So we would like to work together with ESA to achieve this. The development of SATCOM is very important, also in view of cybersecurity. For example, in the maritime domain, when we are talking about the development of autonomous shipping, where, of course, the secure links are of extreme importance. Earth observation also remains extremely important for our activities. And, of course, we always like to work towards further, faster tasking of satellites, faster delivery, so that we can also help shipping when it comes to at-sea emergencies. Last, the detection of radio frequencies would also help us to enrich our maritime picture, and also the detection from space from mobile phones and satellite phones would help not only for law enforcement but also for search and rescue. And in that sense, I think we have a rich agenda for us. So to conclude, we would like to further strengthen our close cooperation with ESA, to really provide more space-based solutions for the benefit of maritime security, maritime safety, and environmental protection for the European seas and beyond. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. We have 4 more left, and then we have a break for dinner. I'm not so sure if the first of the 4 is with us. Is the OECD with us today in this meeting? Then we have saved 3 minutes. Zatsen is the next one in line.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished ministers, ESA Director General, ladies and gentlemen. Marking this year its 30th anniversary, the European Union Satellite Center, or SATCEN, is a new intergovernmental agency whose mission is to support the decision-making and actions of the European Union and member states. It supports relevant EU initiatives and provides on-time reliable analysis of satellite Earth observation data in order to address security issues to the benefit of the EU and its citizens. Examples of scenarios traditionally addressed include, among others, general security analysis, contingency planning, support to humanitarian aid missions, and so on and so forth. SATCEN has developed also close cooperation with the European Commission and contributes to the implementation of the EU space program. In Copernicus, SATCEN is the entrusted entity to provide the security service in support to the EU external action, and also supports Frontex with geospatial intelligence products for border surveillance. SATCEN is SATCEN's core activity is in line with the relevant key objectives of the strategic compass, a document which also includes a special commitment to strengthen the EU Satellite Center to boost the EU's autonomous geospatial intelligence capacities. EU defense ministers agreed last year to meet at SATCEN headquarters to address its future development priorities. The aim is to align the activities to the key orientations and level of ambition to be provided by the European Space Strategy for Security and Defense. The Satellite Center is working also in research and technology development and innovation activities to extend its operational capabilities and therefore those of the EU and its member states, as well as to support the understanding and modeling of the nexus between security and other domains. Furthermore, the interpretation of security is widening today from a concept associated purely to man-made contingencies to other scenarios in which different domains interconnect. The clearest example of this is climate security, which tackles the impact of climate change on civil security. Such as uncontrolled migration, scarcity of resources, and so on. In this context, the cooperation with ESA is key. Joint undertakings are needed to meet the joint challenges and achieve, of course, the ambitious goals. Indeed, a good example is a joint ESA-SATSEN undertaking that responds to current challenges is the ESA-SATSEN large-scale pilot on climate security, which is finalizing these days its definition phase. This large-scale pilot will exploit state-of-the-art space capacity in Europe to address the associated complex scenarios in which security of citizens and societies is put at risk by climate change effects. To conclude, SATSEN has been delivering high-quality geospatial products to the EU and its member states for 30 years, and is ready to go one step beyond the current collaboration state with ESA and cooperate in activities associated to sustainable priorities of the ESA Agenda 2025, namely supporting the strengthening of ESA-EU relationships, the development of space for safety and security, and the boosting of the EU space market for green and digital Europe. I would like to thank ESA for this opportunity and look forward to strengthening the cooperation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next one is ESSC.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, Director General, delegates. The European Science Foundation's European Space Sciences Committee provides an independent voice for the European space sciences community. We're honored to present our findings regarding the ESA Director General's science proposals for CM22. As scientists, we believe that evidence-based reasoning lies at the heart of wise decision-making for a well-governed, vibrant, and prosperous society. Knowledge from the vantage point of space underpins essential science-based services, as well as opening up new windows on the universe. Space research attracts new cohorts of engineers and scientists, the problem solvers of the future. In my role as ESSC Chair, I attend all 3 ESA Science Advisory Committees, and I wish to pay tribute to the professionalism, skills, and dedication of the ESA teams, and to the hard work and commitment of the science advisors. On the programme package, the ESSC has the following observations. ESA has a track record of world-leading scientific and technological breakthroughs. This is especially impressive given the relatively modest size of its budget and the complexity of managing the interests of multiple partners to achieve such technologically challenging outcomes. A pivotal feature is a science-led approach, relying on the creative interplay between science push and technology pull. The programme is enabled by a highly effective combination of the skills and efforts of the academic community, industry, and ESA's internal technological and programmatic expertise. This has proved to be a potent wellspring of collective success and a powerful means of stimulating fruitful cooperation across all member states. Given the impacts of recent geopolitical events, and with the arrival in the space arena of numerous new national and commercial actors, we believe that this is the moment to expand European space-related leadership and autonomy. The CM22 proposals build on established ambitions and goals. The mandatory element is the backbone of the agency and is a core driver of the capabilities that deliver scientific, cultural, technical, and commercial benefits while strengthening European sovereignty. LISA, New Athena, and the series of missions currently in preparation for launch lie at the cutting edge of fundamental physics, astrophysics, planetary science, and the search for extraterrestrial life, pushing the frontiers of human knowledge. We're concerned, therefore, that declining purchasing power will constrain and reduce the scope and scale of the programme, including the enabling technologies for future missions, and we thus encourage increased investment as soon as possible. Regarding the optional programmes, the Terra Novi Period 3 builds on past successes while transitioning to a programme in which scientific research will both enable and exploit the new opportunities presented by human and robotic exploration beyond low Earth orbit to the Moon and Mars. The Earth Observation Package further consolidates Europe's preeminent position in providing vital information for society to address the climate and environmental crises, while at the same time laying new scientific and technological foundations for understanding the Earth system. Given the highly integrated nature of both optional packages, we draw attention to the disproportionate effect of even small funding reductions. Our recommendations, therefore, are as follows. The mandatory programme should be supported in full, with a funding uplift at the earliest opportunity and certainly at CM25. The optional programme should also be funded in full. Last but not least, ESA and all related European actors should combine efforts to articulate the value of space science for humankind and to showcase the outstanding success of ESA and of the European science enterprise. When you have a great story to tell, use a megaphone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I will steal the last remark for my next speech I have to deliver. Last in line is Eurocontrol.
Good morning, everybody. Being the last one, I will try to be short. First, thank you to ESA for the invitation. Thanks to France for the great hospitality. And congratulations to Germany for the new chairmanship. In Eurocontrol, our main interest today focused on all the new satellite-based services to be developed by ESA in the near future. Satellite-based services already today provide a critical aid for aviation. Aircraft used GPS and EGNOS and very soon Galileo for their navigation. Aircraft satellite also ramping up quickly. In Eurocontrol, in our network manager role of the European Air Traffic Control System, we are using ADS-B data from satellite to complement terrestrial radars. Satellites are also providing key real-time meteorological information, and Earth observation systems such as Copernicus also enhance the performance of air traffic management. Satellites provide many unique advantages. They offer cross-border and pan-European services. They deliver outstanding performance. They are not constrained by terrestrial limitation in terms of obstacles and can provide service in oceanic airspace far away from any terrestrial infrastructure. So there is a huge potential. Eurocontrol fully supports ESA's ambition to develop new European capabilities in that field. We will continue to work closely with ESA in full coordination with the European Commission and with our member states to provide aviation perspective and needs and identify common opportunities. We are convinced that satellite-based services will become even more important for aviation in the future and will provide a key contribution to the digitalization of air traffic management and to the implementation of a greener sky in Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you. And with these last remarks, I close the session statements by member states and observators. And with that, we are also closing down the live stream. I hope that you knew that this conference was live streamed. I have forgotten to mention it before we started, but now it's too late anyway. So please stop the live stream now, and all the viewers.
What is the ambition? The ambition is that we get Europe at the forefront of some space activities, of some space projects. Europe is excellent. We have some of the best talents, engineers, scientists working in space, and I really would like that these Europeans are finding their dream, and we make it possible through the ministerial package which we are putting on the table. Because I would like that in this time, which is a difficult one, in times of crisis, that we inspire people, that we give them hope, that we give them job opportunities, but also that we participate in this very fast expanding sector, which is space and which keeps increasing, and Europe has to be among the top players in this league. We have, of course, the observation of our planet. We have climate change as a top priority. We have navigation, we have communication, we have exploration. We go to the moon, we go to Mars, we have astronauts going to the space station. We have space safety. We want to be sure that we care for our orbits in space as much as we care for our planet on the surface. And of course, we have a very ambitious program to develop the future generation of rockets, of launchers. First of all, bringing Ariane 6 to the launch pad and exploiting Ariane 6 and Vega C in the years to come. And of course, making sure that the next generation afterwards is a very competitive one, so that we catch up on some of these elements where we really want to establish a secure, guaranteed access for space for Europe. Now, in times of crisis, even if the difficulties are large, and we all recognize the financial crisis, the inflation, the war in front of us, all the difficult situation we have, but because we're in a crisis, we need to invest in space. We need to get out of space stronger, because the countries, and history has shown many times, the countries that are investing into the future will be winning when they go out of the crisis. And that's what I want for Europe, to invest in space, into the future, and therefore get out of this crisis much stronger.
We are living in a world or in an age of discovery. The discoveries are really raining down on us. And I would like to mention Gaia, which is a European leadership mission, which is currently outshining all the rest of the world in discoveries, 5 papers per day. We are now preparing 2 new exoplanet missions. One is Plato, which is discovering 5,000 new exoplanets, and the other one is Ariel, which is looking at the spectra of the atmospheres of these exoplanets. So European leadership again in a very discrete but very visible field. The next big flagship missions that we are preparing are LISA, a gravitational wave observatory, and Athena, an X-ray mission. When we have those missions, they will really revolutionize our understanding of the universe. We have already prepared the future, and the very first high priority mission is actually a mission to an icy moon of a giant planet. And these icy moons are very exciting because they have an ice layer over a liquid water pond. And there is very likely a life in this water. And we want to actually pick up some of this water and maybe even bring it back home on Earth in order to see whether there is life out there. We need to invest in this ambition in order to basically guarantee the success of our future societies. My niece or my youngest members of the family, they are extremely excited when they see an Ariane 5 rocket. They jump there and say, I want to be an astronaut, I want to go there. And this is, I think, the power that we need in order to have a resilient society in the future.
We have developed the best satellite navigation systems in the world, but we have to go beyond. The ambition of ESA for satellite navigation at this ministerial conference is to look into the future. We have to prepare technologies and solutions in order to meet the expectations of our citizens. Future Nav is about developing in Europe the capabilities of industry for the new trends of satellite navigation. And in particular, we will address two components: satellite navigation from low Earth orbit and Genesis. Genesis is aiming at measuring the changes on the Earth with 1 millimeter accuracy. We need to support our global economy. We have to support the needs of our society. We want to contribute as satellite navigation to the control of climate change and actually to face all the challenges of our society for the decades to come and for the next generations. Europe has to be autonomous in terms of technology, in terms of services. There are many applications and services which rely on satellite navigation, both in the institutional sector, but also in the commercial domain. We want to continue being leaders in the world. Our system shall be used as the reference worldwide for the provision of satellite navigation services anywhere in the world and at any time and everywhere.
We want to build resilience against hazards originating in space. We have never been able to defend ourselves against asteroids. We have never been able before to predict space weather the way we can do it before. And active debris removal has never been demonstrated. We will do it for the first time. This is also a matter of sustainable use of space. Let's be clear that orbits around Earth are a finite resource, similar as our atmosphere. And we need to care about sustainability in space as much as we should care about sustainability on Earth. So in many respects, we will be a role model to the world, and we act on our responsibility because we would like to leave some space for our children. It's about protecting our civilization, and what can be more noble than this? I believe we need to open up our minds a bit. We need to think a bit bigger. We need to lift space on a higher political agenda. From the upcoming ministerial, I would expect that ministers consider their responsibility for the well-being of our planet, of our infrastructures in space and on the ground, and that the technical means that we have nowadays will be put to good use to build this resilience.
2, 1, 0, and liftoff.